Alright. Hello, everybody! Just doing some last minute checks right now. Excuse me. How has everyone been? I know it's only been like a couple days, but you know what? But usually a lot happens in a couple days. How is the stream? I kind of decided to do a little bit of something different. I didn't change too much, obviously. I think the most... I decided to, like, look into my OBS settings to see if maybe, like, I could do something to, I don't know, like, maybe not have YouTube on my ass so much. I mean, I'm trying to think, what did I change? I know I changed the way that the audio is set. Because for some because YouTube was really freaking weird with that. Like, I basically just changed, like, the audio bitrate to, 128. Because apparently it was at, like, was that something that was like, wait, that doesn't seem right. It was double digits. And then, yeah, so... I don't know, it was just weird. I don't remember what I changed. It's been a while. But anyway, I hope, but at the very least, whatever minor changes I did, have YouTube satisfied for the moment, because I haven't really... Because it says here that, I'm on excellent connection. It's weird, though, because I'm looking at, like, the preview on, the live studio, and it says I'm only at 360. I can only go up to 360. I'm like, that's weird. I have it set to where it's supposed to at least capture 480. Because I don't think my internet can handle, how do I put this? Because I don't think my internet can handle 720. But it's fine. Oh. Anyway, how has everyone been? I've had a good couple days. Yesterday I was exhausted because I mentioned Friday night I was gonna be playing D&D later that night, and it went on till like 9 in the morning, and I only got like 6 hours of sleep maybe. So I was tired yesterday, but I got more sleep today for tonight, and I feel a lot better. Why does it sound like it's raining outside? It shouldn't be. Man, last stream was very interesting, because I don't want to get too into it just yet, because I'm going to be doing a recap before we start. But after the stream was done, I was able to have some time to think. Like, I really am thinking, like, at the very least, tonight, we may be getting our first casualty. Like, we didn't get much in terms of, like, what really went on in the Ermengarde mansion way back when, but with how different the story is this time around, it's like, we might We might get someone killed tonight. Might. Don't know yet. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I want to get started as soon as possible, so... Actually, I should have brought this up like an idiot. But as I said last time, we are going to be going to our... Let me pull up the list of content warnings I need to warn for before we get started. Oh, you want to know? Okay, guys, you want to know what's funny? So, right as I'm, like, getting ready to set up the waiting room for tonight, I got an email from YouTube last night that said that apparently they removed one of my videos, and I was like, what? So I checked the email, and at first I thought it was gonna be for, like, the last stream, you know, the letter, because of what happened to Isabella. Because the funny thing is that they said, like, the email said, like, we at YouTube reviewed your video, and we found that it violates one of our community guidelines, and it was for harm and violence and all that. Excuse me. And I was like, and that's what made me think, like, oh, it must have been for the last stream, because we did get that CG of Isabella in a car accident. And it was pretty graphic. But no, it wasn't for that video at all. That video is still fine. You wanna know what... You wanna know what the video got, like... I got, like, removed? It was a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon video! It was a part 3 of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. I was like, what? I was like, what? So I went on to YouTube to see, like, okay, will YouTube give me, will they be able to show me, like, where in this video there was, like, harm or something promised? And I go to my videos, and it turns out the video's still up. I'm like, wait. I checked the email again, and it said it was removed. So I'm like, what happened here? Like, what happened here? Why? And as far as I'm aware, the video, the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky Randomized Part 3 is still up for public viewing. So, I have no idea what happened. The only thing I can think of is that one of the bots in charge of YouTube's review board looked at my video and falsely claimed it. And then an actual human reviewed it and were like, wait, that makes no sense. Let's put it back up. Because that's the only way I can think. That's the only thing I can think of what happened, because the funny thing is, I got the email at 8 o'clock, and I didn't realize I had gotten it till like a couple hours later. So I legit have no idea what happened in those 2 hours. I have no fucking clue. It's like, the only thing is, like, I didn't want to fight against, like, I didn't want to, like, because they told me, like, I could try to appeal it, but I'm like, bruh, if I try to do that and I fail, I get a guideline strike. And I don't know how to get rid of those. The thing is that, like, they did give me a reason in the email, and they said apparently, like, the URL that I put in the description of that video, which isn't the Twitter URL, but the URL to the mod that I used for the ROM, apparently they removed it, but in the description it's still there. So I have no idea what happened in those couple hours with YouTube. But yeah, it was just so funny. I was like, what the fuck? I'm surprised they even give a shit about me, because I'm like, bro, I'm not a part of your partner program. So I have no idea. Anyway, we must now go to the disclaimer. Viewers' discretion is advised. Because we're playing, as I said, as I said last stream, because we are playing the letter, this game is okay, how do I put this? Because we're playing the letter, this game has a lot of topics and such that we need to warn for. So, please take a look at the description down below as I read out the content warning. So, viewers, due to the nature of this game, here is a condensed list of subject matters that are shown in this game. Graphic depictions of death, violence, torture, and murder. Horror content, such as psychological horror, body horror, gore, jump scares, and disturbing sounds and images. Bigoted language, including racial slurs, sexist and homophobic remarks. Psychological trauma. Abuse and sexual assault. Suicide. Incest. Child death. Animal cruelty/death. Cannibalism. And alcoholism. If at any point you feel uncomfortable watching or you feel the need to stop, click away or stop watching. Your mental health matters, and I want this to be a safe place for viewers, even if you need to step away. And I say this with the utmost respect, please take care of yourself. And I will be trying to extend the same courtesy to myself as well. So, with that out of the way, I believe it is time that we move on to the game. So, say goodbye to the Firefox, everybody. We'll be back on it. We will be back on Firefox when it's time for a break. So, bye-bye. Now to pull up the game. Steam, I already downloaded your update. You don't need to do this. Excuse me. It's actually kind of funny. I finally took a look at my, I got to take a look at how many videos how many VODs I have up, and I have 69 exact. So, nice. Alright. Hopefully everyone can see the game okay. Alright. So what happened last time on the letter? Well, we started off our second run-through of this game, going through each chapter with choices that we previously didn't make. And because of that, we now have a wildly different story. So, first off, we went through 2 chapters of this game, which were Isabella and Hannah's, and we got 2 very different endings. If you'll recall, last year, in Isabella's chapter, she pretty much made it out okay for the most part. Yeah, she had creepy encounters with the ghost girl, or Takako, Charlotte, whoever she is, but she made it out okay. And in Hannah's chapter, well, she got possessed. She went insane. We don't know exactly what happened. However, last stream we went through those 2 chapters, and unfortunately, Isabella got run over. Now, granted, I still have no clue whether or not, like, how do I put this? Because obviously, the ghost girl, you know, lured her out onto the street. Or, you know, partly, I mean, Isabella was rushing to get to a place real quick. But I don't know whether or not, like, Isabella getting run over was, like, the ghost girl's doing. Or if it really was just an accident waiting to happen. I mean, yes, Isabella wasn't watching where she was going, and yes, the ghost girl was there, but did the ghost girl, like, you know, did she lure Isabella out onto the street knowing she was going to get run over? Or was that just a coincidence? Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. So that's what happened with Isabella, and unfortunately, as we later find out in Zach's chapter, she is alive, but she was put into a medically induced coma, and apparently the doctors are saying that she doesn't have very high chances of recovering from said coma, so who knows what's gonna happen with her. So then we moved on to the second chapter with Hannah, and first off, we managed to get her and Luke to break up, which I'm happy for, because seriously, this woman deserves better than that man. But most importantly, Hannah is still herself at the end. She hasn't become possessed or gone insane or whatever. She managed to, as the achievements put it, resist the house's influence. So, while she is on the so while she has been unfortunately, like, a little fucked by the ghosts, at the very least, it seems like she hasn't become possessed by them. Which is good. So then we moved on to Zach's chapter, and we stopped in the middle of it last stream. And he's still alive and okay for the most part. However, things are very much different. And I think it's this chapter where I imagine things are going to stay different. So no more skip text and all that, like, outside of beginnings, of course. But yeah, so we developed some photos of Hannah, showed them to her, they got fucked up, and we probably irreversibly damaged our relationship with her, and we tried to go to a church to figure out, hey, maybe the priest there knows what's going on with the pictures. The father has a nervous breakdown because I guess we're trailing a demon around with us now. And that's where we left off. And, honestly, I am starting to think that, Zach may be our first casualty of this run-through, honestly. Like, obviously I've only played this game once before last year, publicly, on stream, and this is my second time playing through it, and I have no idea where the story goes. But I'm honestly thinking that with how things are progressing, I think Zach may be the first death of this run-through. Which is sad, because I love Zach. I love him. He's one of my favorite characters of this game, alongside Marianne. And I really hope he doesn't die, but, you know, choices be what they are. So. Oh. Let's see. Alright, so these are all from last year. 1244, 1208, 136. So this must be it. I mean, I'm honestly thinking that, like, this run through, maybe the survivors of the first one are gonna be the ones to die this time around. So yeah, look at how bad this is with Hannah. Oh, we also found out last night that Hannah is indeed pregnant. She is indeed pregnant. So that's good. That's great. Alright. Hair. The melody carries into the hall long before I cross the threshold. Solemn, but gentle and soothing. A reminder of what home is. Pa's firm but meaningful gaze. Ma's wistful smiles. The warm rays filtering through the eaves at sunset. The distinct smell of wet earth and leaves after a long day's rain. And our room. The room. Ma and Pa's pride and joy. A place we were once promised several springs ago. Yet it won't stop.
No, wait! Come back! I'll be good this time! Please don't leave! Please stay!
The floorboards are cold under my feet more than it usually is. The walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Farther and farther the room goes. Ma's singing ceases, and Pa... I can't hear Pa. Jesus Christ. God, that scared the shit out of me. Not above the raucous clanging and the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting soft melodies. There's only the blinding fear. But when the light breaks... Oh! That's different. Her skin has already taken a sickly pale color, rotten in most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and lesion on her body. Bony hands grip Hannah's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with a vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes. That was loud. A scream ripples through the air. My whole body feels distant. Every limb heavy with lead, all unable to move at will. Not even so I can wipe the beads of sweat forming at my temple. The rasping of my breath, it easily fills the room in the wee hours, while I force it back into a steady rhythm. There's a tightness in my chest I can't shake off, my heart pounding against it as if it's about to burst out. Something cold has settled on my legs. Not the usual chill that comes and goes with the passing breeze from the window, but one strong enough to sting, shackle, and leave a frigid sensation creeping up my skin. With every struggle I make, the pressure winds firmly around my legs. Tighter, and tighter, and tighter, all until it becomes too much. Oh, are we having this scare again? I remember last year when we were in Zach's chapter, he was waking up from a dream and the ghost girl was just on his legs. It's like, what the fuck? My heart stops. Another draft sweeps into the room and brings with it the iron tang of blood. Thick. Suffocating. Filling my nose with a foul, sickening smell as I shift my gaze downwards and it slowly comes into view. Yeah, we are having this scare again. Mouth stretched in a hideous smile and eyes brimming with nothing but madness. Okay, so this is new. That's not new. Okay.
London Bridge is falling down.
Oh, hi, Kylie.
Down,
Okay, I need to mute this in order for me to actually think. Though the sentiment's a little hypocritical when you think about my little talk with Miss Wright the other day. But that's just how it is. Maybe it really is better if I just...
London. Hey, mister.
Alright, and this is not new.
Leave us alone! What did we do to you?
Let me check the backlog real quick.
What do you think, mister? Are you going to help me?
Okay. The response never comes, however. Because when I blink... Gone.
Hello? Mister? Are you okay?
Alright, and this is not new. Oh, whoops. Zachary's nightmares became worse with each passing day. To help clear his mind of the unwanted images, Zach took a visit to the park. There he met little Kylie Suarez, a precocious young girl studying at St. Goretti. Let's see. The tremors follow me even as I get home. I had hoped a little stroll around the block for a few hours would help. Instead, I'm assaulted with more images of her smile, the loathing in her eyes, the stench of gore, the horrid crunch that comes with every movement she makes. Even old memories have been sullied by her, and Ma's song no longer sounds as sweet as it was meant to be. In the end, all I got is a sinking feeling I'll never be rid of her image, and another ridiculous idea that may or may not even work. The sun is already hanging low on the horizon when I make it back, and for the first time, coming home feels more like a chore. Only, I didn't arrive to an empty room. Because as soon as I open the door, I'm greeted by none other than...
Sup, Z-Man?
Is this new? Ah, okay. It's Ash. Okay, so I think this is still new. Whatever proverbial stone has made a home at the pit of my stomach automatically flies right out the window at the sight of Ashton. Sitting comfortably on my couch, munching on a bag of chips with both feet propped atop the coffee table. Common sense dictates I should throw him out. Any person of a right mind would. But like many other things I've gotten accustomed to, I simply take it all in stride. I never did bother turning him away the first time to begin with.
Ash, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me Z-Man? And stop breaking into my apartment! Call the cops on you, but doing that feels like a joke in itself because you are one.
I didn't. You gave me a key the last time I did that, remember?
After the last one you broke, I can't keep replacing the knob just because you think it'd be amusing to lockpick the hell out of it. And hey, is that my...
Ash smirks at me, because of course he has the gall to smirk knowing what he did. He pops in what's very likely the last piece of chip into his mouth, and folds the wrapper neatly on the table before throwing it in the nearby trash. Behind me, the television starts blaring the music for the end credits of a movie. He's likely been waiting for a while if he's gotten impatient enough to rummage through my cupboards and watch something.
You ate all of it! I was saving that one for the weekend!
I'll replace it.
What exactly is this about?
In an instant, he sits up, every trace of amusement gone from his face. He clasps his hands in front of him and leans forward. A minuscule gesture meant to ease, yet the grim expression on him tells a different story altogether.
Has everything been alright with you lately? Anything odd?
Alright, where are we in terms of this path? Okay, so this is where we're at. Almost to the end, that's fair.
You saw me last night at the housewarming party, Ash. Pretty sure I'm doing fine.
Wait. Ah, okay, so this is after that. Okay.
I'm not asking about that. Remember the letter thing Isabella's been yapping on about? I'm asking about that kind of odd.
Why do you care? I look at him. gaped, more like. Oh. Go away. His serious expression didn't waver despite the perplexed look I shoot him. There's a brief second I let pass as I wait for the heavens to fall somewhere. Yeah, like, that's weird. It's like, why is Ash suddenly concerned about the letter? It's like, dude, I remember it took us forever to convince you that something supernatural was going on. What the hell? It doesn't come. The sky is still bathed in vibrant reddish hues as it waits for the night to arrive. Luxbourne is still the same busy city, and everything in my room still appears as it did a second ago, including the unnerving ticking of my wall clock. But if Ashton, cool, calm, collected, always logical Ashton, takes interest in this, something or someone must have fucked shit up somewhere.
Well, the dreams, they're a lot worse than usual. There's a woman now, ever since we saw that letter. I don't know if it's the same one Isabella talked about. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I really don't want to go back to sleep sometimes. Last night was the worst.
Oh, I think I remember this. I could be misremembering, but I think if I remember right, last time Zach, I think, was having this, Isabella was the one here and not Ash. And it did lead to a nice convo where Zach talked to Isabella about the dreams and his PTSD, and they just had a nice conversation. I was like, oh, that's so sweet.
Anyway, why are you asking about this?
Becca's been saying weird things lately.
What kind of weird things?
Weird like...
Same kind of weird Isabella says.
Alright, bro, stop right there. I thought you didn't believe in this stuff.
Yeah, right?
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, I feel like that was the only way we could get Ashton to be convinced, was that, like, if Becca was saying shit like what Isabella was saying, that should tell you something's up. Because, again, you've known her.
Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
Are you sure you even have the time? Ain't you busy with your current case?
I got taken off that one this morning.
Didn't you say you were getting closer to...
Apparently, the higher-ups think I'm doing a horrendous job at it. It doesn't matter, though. If these two cases are connected like I initially thought, then regardless, I'm on the right track. Have you seen the news this morning?
He grabs the remote and cycles through numerous channels until he gets to a news report about another guy who has been found dead in the early morning hours in the morning today. Okay, I wasn't sure. Burned alive this time. Oddly, no fire is spread, and whatever damage has been contained within the place the body was... Wait a minute. And whatever damage has been contained within the place the body was found. The room itself, however, had been completely vandalized. Help me. Help me. Help me. Another murder, the authorities claimed. If only they knew.
You think this is...
I don't know what to think, Zach.
He rises from the chair and begins pacing the length of the room, lacing his fingers roughly through his hair.
I just know there's something. There must be. There has to be. Fuck!
Well, you do have something in mind, I'm sure. A plan? Come on, Ash, you're good with that.
I do! I'm just not sure if I'll get anything out of it.
Well, a plan is better than no plan at all, ain't it?
Almost too sudden, he swivels on his heel, and for a passing moment, I think he's going to shout at me. Instead, Ash simply flops back down on the couch, crosses his arms over his face, and releases a long, ragged breath. His voice comes out smaller, closer to a whisper, when he speaks again.
I should have looked into this when she was still here. Maybe none of this would have happened if I did.
Oh. Ah, there it is. No need to ask who her is. Every should'ves, could'ves, and would'ves. all our frustrations in one statement, while all we can do is to cope. What should I say? Make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. You're not the only one stuck in this. I feel like saying this.
You ain't the only one stuck in this mess, you know.
Fuck. It's fine. Harsh. But perhaps the thing he needs to hear most right now. He throws me a glance, sharp enough to cut if it's even possible, looks about to say something for a moment, but decides against it. Rather, he blows another aggravated sigh and drags his fingers down his face.
It's my job to know things, damn it.
Not everything. Even someone like you has their weakness. Stop overestimating yourself. You ain't infallible. Don't blame yourself for every little thing out of your control. Doesn't work that way, Ash.
Easy for you to say.
Maybe, but it ain't above me to ask help from others. I know what I can and can't do. Do you?
And just like that, we've reached another standstill. One by one, things are starting to fall apart without our notice. Ash leaves mere minutes close to sundown. He said little until then, not even a hint of what he's aiming to do after. While it ain't any of my business to know, his whole reticent attitude on the matter gnaws at me. At this hour, the streets are once again busy with people heading home after a hard day's work. Okay, wasn't sure. Little of the bustle matters to him as he steps out the crowded walkway, however. Wait, what? Wait. What? There's only his goal in his mind, and I'd wager there's nothing I can do to stop him at this point. He's probably decided on it long before he made the decision to drop by. Oh, but despite this, he lags behind.
What's wrong, Ash?
His mouth opens, then closes, but whatever he wants to say is lost in the clamor of traffic outside.
Is there something I can do?
No, just say where you are.
I can't do that. No can do, Ash. Ask me anything but that. No way in hell I'm gonna pretend there ain't a problem when there is. This is a really big one, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to you guys while I sit here. I'm done running when things get tough.
What? You think you have a better plan?
Who knows if it's better? At least it's something.
If all this is going to do is put you in danger, then I'd rather you not do anything at all. I never want to wake up to that kind of thing again. Finding out one of my friends was left for dead in the middle of the street. One person is enough.
Alright, where are we at now? Okay, good to know. Just making sure.
This is still better than having no other course of action, yeah?
He's about to argue for a moment, but...
Look, bro, if things ain't good, I'll be the first one out. But allow me this one thing, aight? Just this one time. If it doesn't work out, you'll be the first one to know. You can laugh then, or berate me all you want. But please don't ask me to step aside like I'm incapable of doing anything to help.
I've no idea if it's the look on my face or the tone of my voice. Ultimately, although his mouth presses into a thin line, he nods.
Do what you want. If you can check in with Rebecca, I'd appreciate it.
Oh. When he stumbles onto the sidewalk and allows the afternoon crowd to swallow him whole, I like to think the tiny gleam in his eyes is the closest we can get to optimism in this situation. Oh, that's such a good picture of Ash. Upon returning to his apartment, Zachary was greeted by Ashton. Now suspicious of what's happening, Ashton informs Zach that he will try to get to the bottom of this. He also warns Zach not to act rashly. God, that's actually a really good picture of him. Holy shit. Whether that alone will be enough to give me a peaceful sleep tonight remains to be seen. Night falls, and despite my best attempts, sleep continues to elude me. Okay. Oh, here we go. Though if I'm going to be honest, it's not the night terrors that are keeping me wide awake tonight, but the anxiety and the hope I'll hear from Ash soon. And for what's perhaps the 42nd time, my eyes shift over to the end of the table where my phone lies still. I've not heard from him since he left. He hasn't promised a call, of course, but a small part of me wishes he would have the common sense at the very least. Waiting is a tough game, and with the concern stretching out the minutes far longer than usual, it's impossible for more unpleasant thoughts not to enter my mind. Moreover, it doesn't help that when the clock finally strikes 3, my hand stills. Alright, that's not new.
Leave! Leave now! There's nothing here for you!
There's a brief moment of silence after, and for a short while, I think my pleas worked. Then, with no warning, the shuffling resumes, and along with it are the sobs of a woman. We might be in for a jump scare. I'm gonna skip this because I don't like it. I'm sorry, I don't like that because I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I don't want it. Oh, we're still...
You, again. It's bloody 6 in the morning.
Gordon Bennett, only a Nancy will knock at such an ungodly hour. Where's that damn butler when I need him?
What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't. Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
Alright, that was not new. I've already seen the look on her face when I tried before. There are limits to how far a person will believe in you. Then again, I didn't believe Isabella when she warned us. And now I'm here, desperately trying to save people even if I'm aware it's completely out of my own capacity to do so. Is this what they call karma? If so, this is one horrible way of turning things around. Taking people's lives, playing with people's fears, and making them feel useless.
You're around, ain't you? You here? Inside this house? Listening, watching, or whatever it is that you spirits do? What do you want? You're already dead! Leave us!
Jesus. Nothing. Oh boy. Where are we now? Where are we now? Okay, we're still here. I don't even know who I'm talking to, or if a sane person is supposed to be doing that. The only thing I got after is a feeling of foolishness washing over me. Or perhaps this is just me losing my mind. Out of other options and any other ideas, I let my hand slide off the door's surface and fall listlessly to my sides. Alright, that's... Oh, fuck me! Oh, fuck. We're almost to the end of Zach's route. Fuck! Keep looking for Ash. Yeah, this is Zach's moment. This is Zach's death right here. This is Zach's death right here. This is so stupid. I can search for Ash, but what if it's too late by then? With how big this place is, he can be anywhere. And it's very likely by the time we come back, someone's already bit the dust. That, and the cries grow louder against my ear the longer I linger. Almost impossible to ignore, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. For a moment, I let myself shudder, shaking the uneasy feeling out of my head. This can't be a good idea. Not by a long shot. Still, I've got to try. Funnily enough, for a couple as high profile as the Wrights, they don't seem to have any security detail patrolling around. A few guards here and there, sure, but one would expect they'd have more considering the size of the place. It works to my advantage, though, and I really can't complain when there's a high chance I might get arrested for what I'm about to do. Luckily, the window's wide enough for me to fit through without making any noise. There's certainly no going back now! Oh god, this is Zach's death. This is his death. This is his death! This is scary. 'Cause look, oh fuck me, this is not good. This isn't good, 'cause this route leads us straight to Marianne. This is a lot different. But as soon as I step into the parlor, all of it ceases, while I find no trace of the woman I heard crying like I'm expecting to. The room is still empty at this time of the morning, and I'm left standing awkwardly in the middle of the hush. Maybe she just hid somewhere?
Hello? Are you here? I heard someone earlier, and I'm here to help.
This is such a bad idea. Hoping for an answer, I let the question hang in the air. But several seconds merely go by without a word, or the slightest movement to indicate there's someone in here. Has been here. With the stories I've heard, the things I've seen, it takes effort to keep my brain from going into that line of thought.
I'm not going to hurt you. If you're here, say something.
Nothing. Am I just hearing things? No, I'm pretty sure I've heard someone. But with no one responding, I can't help but feel silly like this. And the awareness that I've just trespassed a house for nothing because of some voice prickles at me. Suddenly, the silence feels uncomfortable, and a needling anxiety slowly creeps up my back. I should get out while I can. If it ain't there, it ain't there. I don't spare the room another glance when I walk back the way I came. Out of the window. Leave before someone else notices.
I thought I heard a servant moving around here.
Oh,
Turns
shit.
out it's just a rat scurrying about.
Oh, shit.
How unpleasant.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. My heart shoots up into my throat. I can run. The window's a few steps away. I should be able to escape. But instead, out of some foolish impulse, I turn around. Perhaps it's because the only impression the guy's left me in what few times we met is nothing but unsettling.
This ain't what you think it is.
You're quite the distance from the kitchen, I'm afraid. Perhaps I should lead you there.
Someone's in here before me. I wasn't here for what you're thinking. There was sobbing and...
Jesus! The first blow knocks the wind out of me, sending me heaving and crumpling to my knees. Tears well up in my eyes as the pain swells when he twists my wrists behind my back.
You've gotta listen to me.
Then again, dirty thieves aren't welcome in my kitchen either.
Listen, I was just... Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. This was a bad idea. A terrified Zachary went looking for Ashton in the Ermengarde mansion, but to no avail. He also tried to warn Luke Wright about the spirits supposedly living in the house, but was simply turned away. After hearing a crying woman, Zachary sneaked into the mansion, but was unfortunately spotted by the Wright's butler. This is not good. For a moment, there's only silence, and a sudden piercing ache, this time at the back of my head. The room abruptly tilts on its axis, dimming. On the verge of unconsciousness, I can only hear the scuffling of feet, the thud of the door being closed, and... a woman. Crying. Asking for help. I know no more. Oh, shit! Oh, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. The pain is the worst when I come to. A sharp, piercing ache somewhere at the back of my head, begging to be noticed. But it's nothing I can't handle. Blearily, I open my eyes, expecting to be greeted by sunlight. Curiosity killed the cat. However, the walls that welcome me are unfamiliar. When everything comes into focus, I recognize the place for what it is. A cell. Dark, cramped, with the only light coming from the moon outside, streaming through the sole window barred by thick metal bars. So we're in the police department. To be fair, this is better than what I was expecting. Memory rushes back to me in sharp bursts. The mansion, looking for Ashton, a familiar tune, and a woman crying. All while my head still aches from the hit I received.
Still better than a morgue, I guess.
Yeah, right? Gingerly, I pull myself up, stretching the cramps from my shoulders as I do so, but stopping when a sudden movement induces an acute stinging pain right through my arm.
Damn, they got me good. What time is it?
As expected, they've taken everything I have on my person. Wallet, cell phone, my keys, meds, even a small pack of gum. Protocol is protocol. In the first place, ending back in another cell ain't in my agenda. The first time wasn't a pleasant experience, and this certainly won't be either. Considering who has likely put me in here, it could be much worse. The bars are cold to my touch when I approach it, looking for the person on duty. They'd usually allow us to contact someone, and Ashton at least has to know I'm here. He'll be pissed, that I'm quite sure of, but he's the only person who can help prove my innocence and get me out. However much I don't want to rely on him for this. The hallway in front of the cell is empty, but voices float through from further in, likely the poor officers assigned to late-night duty. Judging from the snippets of conversation I catch, today's topic over a snack is that moron who thought it was wise to cross the rights. They used other names too, most of which I'll like to have words with them about in the future. Oh, are they racist? But really, I'm in no position right now.
Excuse me? Anyone?
Silence.
Excuse me? I need to make a...
Oh, fuck! Blood freezes in my veins and my grip on the bar tightens as the revolting scent reaches my nose. More than the gore, the foul smell of death hangs heavily in the air. And against my better judgment, I turn. This isn't good! When Zachary finally regained consciousness after being knocked out, he found himself locked up in the precinct. A familiar woman gave him a little visit. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Her face is the first thing I see. A gruesome sight on its own. Eyes gleaming with nothing but malevolence. Blood oozing from the large puncture wound on her head. Mouth open wide in a voiceless scream. I clamp on the compulsion to retch. An instinct, I step back, putting as much distance as this cramped cell will allow between us. The bars rattle as soon as my shoulders hit it. A hindrance, not to freedom, but to safety.
Get away from me!
This is not good. She moves, in short, sudden bone-crunching twitches. And I know there's no escape. I'm screaming for help before I know it, jolting the bars with as much force as I could.
Somebody, get me out of here! Anyone, please!
Yeah, I think this is the first casualty. I'm so sorry!
bitches!
Oh, fuck this! Oh, you poor dear. No! Yep, that's death. He's dead. You've unlocked a memory fragment. What the fuck am I looking at here? There's Charlotte. There's Takako. What the fuck am I looking at here? Okay, let me see. Okay, so there's Charlotte, looking evil as ever. There's Takako crying. I'm looking at this right here. What is this? I think that's an arm. What the hell am I looking at here? At first I thought it was Takako, but I'm like, no, her hand's right here. So what is that? Is this an arm? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, don't tell me. Please don't fucking tell me. Is this what I think it is? Because look, she's on a bed. She's on a bed. Is this oh god, that's actually gross. Marianne, yay! Alright, I'm gonna save real quick. Because I want to see that achievement. Poor Zach. Wow, look at that. Be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Curiosity killed the cat. Get a visit from someone. Oh, Zach. Damn it. Oh, the first victim, and it's one of my favorite characters. I was right, though. I was fucking right, though. Oh, that sucks. Alright. Oh, wait, fuck me. Oh, fuck. I gotta make Marianne into a homewrecker? Fuck me, I don't want to do that. But we gotta commit, we gotta make the choices we didn't make last time, so...
Nothing. Never mind.
To hell with it. It doesn't matter. I'm just doing this for the exact same reason I brought a man home before and the one before that. I didn't care about any of them. They were all nothing. Less than nothing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, dear. Am I gonna have to, like, censor stuff right here? We part for air, and he all but rips my belt off without even bothering to take off his own jacket. We somehow make it safely into my bed, and I don't even feel it as he pins me down. Oh! Just godlike? Ew. Okay. I am not gonna have the game up for a little bit. Yeah, let's just Alright, it's not showing anything explicit, but you can probably tell what's happening. So I'm just gonna keep it on this scene for a little bit until this CG's out of my face. Oh dear. This is awkward. Alright, I'm just gonna try my best. This isn't about pleasure. It's about punishment. There's nothing gentle about the kiss between us. It's all tongue, teeth, and roaming hands. There's no passion, only a need. I don't know about him, but I'm not doing this to feel good. I'm not some nymphomaniac who gets wet at the thought of bringing random strangers to my place for a lay. Wait, at the thought. It's ridiculous how, under the professional facade I like to put up, I do these sordid things. Listen, there's nothing wrong with being, like, a woman who, you know, who goes out and hooks up with people. There's nothing wrong with that. I will admit, though, like, I know you only saw the CG for, like, a second, but goddamn. Mary, I'm sorry, man. This, like, I'm not gonna lie, Marianne's kinda hot in this. If any of my clients can see the Marianne McCullough now, all boozed up and having rough sex with some bloke from the bar, well, that's none of their fucking business, really. But still. Everything after is a drunken blur. Not that there's much to remember in the first place. These one-night stands were always the same, empty, meaningless sex. Flesh coming together, smelling of booze and sweat.
Mother of God, pray for us sinners.
Please stop this. I'm too busy trying to remember her hands touching during it all. I'm trying to remember her lips that kissed me. But how can I remember something that never happened? Alright. Alright. We're good. We're good. Alright, we should be good. Oh my god, though. Like, I thought Hannah being dressed in lingerie last year was, pretty risque, but oof, that was pretty risque. And Marianne's just wanting a girl to fucking touch her than this man, which should tell you everything. When all is said and done, all he has to say is...
You were saying something while we were at it. What were you mumbling?
It was a prayer.
Like, oh God, fuck me?
Oh, that was I did not need to hear that. That was No, it was a real prayer. That was not what I needed to hear. I did not need to hear that. That's a meme right there. A prayer for forgiveness. Because as I lie down in my bed while he gets up to leave, I can feel my sins crawling on my back like spiders, filling me with their venom. Alright, let me see the backlog real quick. Okay, so, Mother of God, pray for us sinners. I feel an itch that made me want to scratch my skin until it bleeds, while my heart pounds in my ears. I can't even register what Whiskey says when he whispers his goodbye.
Thanks for the good time, Marianne.
Ugh. The mornings after are always the loneliness. Wait. Alright, I'm just gonna do this. Hey, there's a much tasteful picture you can get. Marianne and Whiskey went back to her condo after having one too many drinks. Despite having second thoughts, Marianne still slept with the stranger. Before leaving, he thanked her for the good time. Little did she know! The mornings after are always the loneliest. Although that I can simply brush off. I've already gone through several years of my life with only the fleeting company of others. Always nothing permanent. After her, there never was. I'll live through this. The regret, though, it's the one that stays and weighs. But there's no time for self-pity. I have a job to get ready for. It isn't often that I think about drinking on the job. Alright, so this is not new. Just passing by. Let's see, Marianne. Okay. Okay. Alright. I pointed out I wanted to inquire, but that would be unprofessional. Really, it's none of my business.
I presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know? But it won't take too long. Don't worry.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste. I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
She flinches and looks like she doesn't quite know how to respond to that. Alright, so that's not... Alright, so this isn't new. How should I respond? How did we choose? You have something to... Oh, for fuck's sake.
I don't have time for this. Just spit it out.
We are just fucking it up here! An air of uncertainty hangs over the girl, although she tries her best not to let it show. She really is too young, too uncertain for what she does.
Well, you see, the coffee, it's getting cold and, that's not good.
I doubt that's what she actually wants to say.
Is that all? May I get back to work without being interrupted?
Sure, I'll leave you alone. And if you need me, I'll be just look for me somewhere. It's not like that's going to be hard.
What a bitch. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
What the fuck was that? What the hell was that? Let's see. Marianne visited BRC to pick up the floor plans. She was assisted by Isabella Santos, though the latter's dallying attempts at a conversation eventually annoyed her. In the end, Marianne dismissed the young agent. A strained air settles in the room as we stare at each other, mirroring the same confused expressions. I'm quite sure I heard her say something. Or is that someone from outside? Unlikely. So, when she slightly tilts her head at me in question, I can only look away, flustered. It's an awkward affair, and I choose to hightail out of the realty office as quick as I can. Let's see. Though I'm able to keep myself professional at all times, doesn't mean I like it. Alright, so this is not new. Alright, so we don't check it out. I have no business with it. These rich people usually value their privacy above all else, after all. Unless, of course, they're posting pictures on social media, bragging about what good people they are for allowing themselves to be interviewed for some magazine. Then again, the whole reason I'm in this mess is because I don't give two shits about what goes on with people like them. And I'm not going to get caught snooping about and be accused of some of some imagined wrongdoing. I'm not going to be some busybody detective wannabe and run off to investigate whatever that was. It's probably just something mundane anyway, like a lamp falling over. I'm just going to sit here and wait for Mrs. Wright. With my tea. In complete silence.
Could I at least put the telly on?
I don't really expect him to answer. If he hadn't heard the crash, I doubt he would have heard me.
As long as you don't watch some silly soap opera. The LBC News would be fine. The William Walker show is on too, if you prefer that. Not that I watch it, but my husband does. The remote is under the coffee table.
Oh, sure. Maybe I'll be lucky and catch the doc on. I heard they're having reruns of the classics, and I want to see the second meet sixth in Spain. If not, just the news then. Thank you. I'll let you get on with your cooking now.
Did he just ignore the crash a while ago then? Whatever. Fetching the remote, I turn the TV on in the hopes of filling the silence. Trying to anyway, because the thing won't turn on. And doesn't that make the silence more awkward or what? I know I might not be the best with tech, but I'm sure I can work a simple television remote.
The batteries must be dead.
Oh! What? Hi! There's blood everywhere. Help me, it says in red. I look at my own hands and find them clean, yet I can see my grisly reflection gaping back at me. And though there's nothing staining my skin, I can feel the sticky and warm feeling of blood dripping down my cheeks. I should be worried. Instead, I feel my attention drawn towards her. Her beautiful blonde hair, her soft lips with skin so fair and swaying hips. I want nothing more than to hold her, plant my lips on her neck and to run my fingers through her hair. She laughs and she smiles when she looks at me. But where are her eyes? Temptation is gone in an instant, and I recoil, horrified at this reflection I'm seeing. Only to back into something, or rather, someone. Oh! Mrs. Wright stands there, twirling a lock of her blonde hair, a soft smile on her lips and a hand on her hip. I almost back away, but I ground and remind myself that this is my client. And whatever I just saw, well, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that perhaps I'm going a bit daft. It would be preferable, of course, to think it was all a trick of the light, or the makings of an overactive imagination.
Good morning, Mrs. Wright. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Have you been standing there long?
No, I just came down and saw you were having a hard time with the telly. You must have forgotten to change the batteries. Are you alright, dear? You're looking a bit pale. Haven't you had breakfast yet?
No, I'm fine. I had breakfast already, Mrs. Wright. I just need...
Well then, you mustn't have had enough breakfast. I'm all for a good diet, but that's the most important meal of the day. Johans is cooking up pancakes. Pancakes will make anyone feel better, he always says. We can sit down and tuck in. You'll feel right as rain once we get some fluffy, syrupy goodness in you. And are you sure you're fine, Marianne? You're shaking.
Looking down at my hands, I can see them trembling. Really? Just because she looks so much like her, I'm becoming a damn train wreck. I've been seeing her in my dreams and hearing her voice ever since I met Mrs. Wright at the mansion. With so many blondes in the world, what was different with her? What was different this time? Oh, so this is a new choice? Yeah, this is a completely new choice. I'm not feeling too well, I just remembered something. What was the backlog again? Let's see. Really, just because she looks so much like her, I'm becoming a train wreck. I've been seeing her in my dreams, hearing her voice with so many blondes. What was different? Like, what's different with, I guess, Hannah? What choice do I want to go with? I'm not feeling too well, or I just remembered something. To be fair, I'm being pulled more into this direction.
I just remembered something, that's all. It's nothing to worry about.
Hey!
Are you sure? I am all ears if there is something bothering you.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I forgot what her name is, but Marianne's, like, first love really does look like Hannah a little bit. I kind of wonder if they're maybe family. I mean, granted, that would be too much of a coincidence, but still.
I don't mind a good story, and I don't want it to affect your work performance.
Gossipy wagon, isn't she? She should just leave you alone. It's not like you need her.
You don't have to worry about that, Mrs. Wright. I say business stays business, and anything else can stay in the doghouse until I'm done with work.
I just have to bear through it, don't I? If I tell her that I'm hearing voices, that'd be a fast track straight to the nut house. What else can I do? The fuck is that? Saint Difna help me lest I become like her father Damon, insane at the thought of a lost love and mad in the pursuit of another.
Shall we talk about your work then?
If you'd like. It's on your time, after all.
I've been told many good things about you, and I've seen some of your work before. Others speak very highly of your work etiquette. Yet I've never heard of you before. Not even a whisper of the McCullough name.
Well, I've only been in Luxbourne for 4 years. Tried to make it big in London for nearly 3 years before. And I've only been working these high-quality projects for the past year.
I stick straight to the point. It's best to be brief when talking to clients, after all. Keep it clean cut as much as possible. Yet at the same time, I have to make it engaging so it doesn't look like I don't want to talk to them.
I imagine it hasn't been easy. I can't see why you've moved from London to Luxbourne, though.
Job vacancies were fewer at the time, and I had a lot of competition in London. Let's not even talk about the living costs there. But I'm glad I moved here, even if it hadn't been smooth sailing. If I had it easy, I probably wouldn't be working projects like these.
Why even bother explaining to her? She won't understand. She's practically born with a silver spoon in her mouth.
She's practically born.
The woman could probably snap her fingers and have servants attending to her beck and call.
She does look the part of a spoiled heiress, doesn't she? It would be a relief if she's just that. Something that's different from Mrs. Wright and her. Before she can get another word in, words that may have proven me wrong or right, she looks up at the loft with a fond expression on her face. With just a simple glance, she can put in so much love that I feel a tad bit jealous of whoever holds it.
Good morning, Luke, darling.
Good morning, ladies. What a wonderful morning it is, that I wake up to such a beautiful sight.
Let's see. Marianne visited the Wrights' penthouse to discuss work with the couple. While waiting for them, as she tried to turn the telly on, she got a glimpse of her horrifying past. Hannah Wright soon showed up, asking a very spooked Marianne if she was feeling well.
I do hope you two are getting along.
I want to smack that smile off his face. Let me see. Would do it in a heartbeat even, if only he wasn't my client. But I can just see the headlines now. Interior designer sucker punches rich asshole. Sometimes I'd wish I'd stop thinking whether something is worth the trouble or not, or just do.
What is with that look, Marianne? You look like you've smelled something foul.
I fucked your husband.
What? Don't you like the smell of pancakes? I think they're just wonderful. Like prayers answered by the breakfast gods. I usually prefer tarts, but pancakes are just as good.
It's nothing. Never mind.
Come on then, we can discuss business over food.
There's no denying the clients when they invite me over to the table. Alright, so this is not new. What's going on? Let's see. No, that isn't fair. You're not the only one who's going to be living here. I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theater, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables. That sounds fair. What did I choose? Yes, it sounds fair. Oh, fuck me. Well, there goes whatever good standing I had with Hannah. But of course I get up with Luke. I really wish they didn't look at me like that. This is their decision to make. But if they want to ask for a professional's point of view, I'll be happy to give my 2 cents.
You can still have a garage.
See? Marianne agrees with me. Thank you.
But the structural integrity of the mansion might be at risk if we try to turn the dining hall or any of the rooms into a garage. Taking down one of the exterior walls might hit one of the support beams. And with a mansion that old, I'd rather not risk it, especially without closer inspection. There's always compromise, of course.
I suppose that's better than nothing. Better than flat out saying no.
Mrs. Wright does have a point. There's plenty of space for a garage outside of the mansion itself. If you'd like a covered parking space, we can arrange something on the grounds instead.
Then we better go there. I want to see where we can build a garage.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself, to spot anything we might have missed.
It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? Riding to the Ermengarde mansion in their rice is an awkward affair. Let me see. Let's see. The mansion's arrangements were discussed over breakfast. During the meeting, the Wright couple had an argument about the mansion's arrangements. In the end, it decided a visit would settle. Alright. Alright, so the first floor. Alright, so we gotta check out the ground. Alright, just because there's one troublesome client shouldn't mean I'd let him get in the way of my work. The parlor is my first destination. Mostly because I figure Mr. Wright is hiding down in the wine cellar making plans there. I'm going to bump into him sooner or later, but I'd rather make it later. Much, much later. The place, upon closer inspection, is in good shape. I don't doubt this place was done with the most care, considering it would be one of the first rooms visitors would see during the open house. There's a stain on the carpet, most likely by one of the guests at the time, but it isn't anything a good cleaning can't get rid of. Next is the music room. Or at least, that's the plan.
Locked? Oh, come on now.
I rattle the doorknob again, harder this time, to double check, and even give it a good budge to see if it isn't a problem with the door itself. But no, definitely locked. That's weird considering the rest of the rooms aren't. It could just be this one though, and I can try the other door through the ballroom if I really want to get in. And that's when I hear it. The sound of a piano. Though it just plays one note, over and over again. It makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand, and I back away from the door. Though I wasn't exactly the superstitious sort, what am I going to do? The room is locked. I could just go back to it later. Maybe see if I can go through the ballroom and... Hi? The music room door opens, and who else but Luke Wright stands by the doorway. He looks a lot like the cat that ate a canary, and I didn't appreciate the way his eyes linger on me.
Isn't it common sense that locked doors mean someone wants a bit of privacy? You needn't try to break the door down.
Or did you just want to see me again that badly without the misses?
Bitch, you're married!
I'm still up for a shag if that's what you're after. Pretty sure the wine cellar is soundproof if you fancy a snog and a poke.
What the fuck? No! No! No, no, no! I don't want that!
I'm here on business, Mr. Wright. Nothing more, nothing less.
No, we're not doing it like that, you son of a bitch.
Now, if you can let me pass, I need to inspect the music room as well.
I'm not looking for trouble, but trouble always seems to find me anyway. He leans against the doorframe, crosses his arms, and plasters a huge grin on his face. The way he looked at me promises nothing good. But really, how big of a scumbag can one person be?
Oh, sure, you're some fancy interior designer. But mix in some booze and you really loosen it up, don't you?
Fuck you!
Working woman by day, working girl by night.
I'm not. I'm no such thing. Don't you fucking dare continue down that line of thought.
He really did just try to insinuate she's a sex worker. Listen, I have nothing against sex workers and all that, but it's like, bruh, she was she was drunk and lonely. And even then, there is nothing wrong with a woman who has one-night stands. Like, so long as she's doing it safely and consensually, why should it fucking matter what she does in bed?
I'm not what you suggest I am. I am not some whore you can just leer at and proposition. If anybody here is morally reprehensible, it's you cheating on your wife. And if you don't stop this harassment, I'll...
Tell the wife? Good luck with that.
You're terribly confident for a lecherous cheat.
Do you honestly think you're the first woman that threatens to go running to her claiming something or another about me? You think you're some special snowflake and that you're the first woman that I've slept with?
So this has happened before, and he's oh, fuck this dick. My hands shake. I have to remind myself that I would get nothing out of hitting him. Nothing but satisfaction, at least.
Tell her. But who will she believe? Her darling husband? Or the hired help?
I thank God that I have Hannah break up with his ass.
Oh, Buttercup, she's probably trying to make us pay up, or she'll create a scandal.
Stay quiet, you can go on with your life with no trouble.
Fuck you!
And if I talk, even if your wife doesn't believe me, I can get people talking. What then?
Oh, people gossip all the time, it's hardly anything new.
Ah!
But, still, if you talk, I will ruin you.
What the fuck? Fuck Luke! The way he says it, promises it, makes my blood run cold.
Now, why don't you run along and do whatever silly job you have to do? I'll just be here in the music room if you change your mind about a shag.
Fuck you! Alright, go fuck yourself, you dick! Fucking asshole.
Scum of the earth he is. How could you just let him talk to you like that?
Lorraine, that was her name. I think that was her name. Marianne's first love, Lorraine. Okay, so forget about going into the music room then. That's fine. He'll have to come out of there sooner or later. In the meantime, I can go around and check the rest of the house. All my worries fade when I step into the ballroom. And, well, the whole place is just grand, isn't it? I can see why the Wrights made sure nobody else would take this place from them. Anyone who has it will certainly be the belle of the ball. It's pretty much one great big status symbol. I don't think I can do much of a thorough inspection in this room, so I note it down for later. Moving on to the kitchen, I check the ventilation and the general fire safety in the kitchen. This bit is important for a place this size. I would, of course, suggest bringing an actual fire safety inspector over for a more detailed inspection. It wouldn't do to see such beautiful architecture go up in flames after all. Wow, that's that's funny. That is really funny, like... That's foreshadowing. I take measurements of the countertops and cabinets, note down what type of wood they use. They wanted some of these recreated to hide modern appliances. There's a loose floorboard in the farthest corner, and some of the others had scratches, but everything else seemed to be in decent shape. My concentration is broken when someone knocks.
You can come in. Door's not locked.
I wait, expecting Mrs. Wright or their butler to come in. But nobody entered. Instead, there's that knocking again. It's louder and more urgent this time, and I'm pretty sure I didn't lock the thing.
All right. I'm coming. Just hold on.
It's the ghost. When I move to open the door, though, I realize something. The knocking isn't coming from the door, but from somewhere else. The trap door? I pause for a second, waiting. But the knocking hasn't ceased. And soon enough, it becomes desperate. The dull thuds from before switching to what seems to be... scratching? Desperate and insistent at once, as if grasping for respite.
Is somebody stuck down there?
Where did that come from? That was a cat! How did it even get down there? That put the heart crossway in me, it did. I love cats, but they have no business giving people a fright. For a second there, all those ghastly rumors about this place had come flooding back. Now, peering into the darkness of the open trap door gets me thinking. And it gets me curious. Seriously though, I should really make sure there aren't any more surprises from down under. I don't think the Wrights would appreciate if we find a litter of kittens making a house of the wine cellar. Mr. Wright seemed the type to skin a cat if any of his precious wines were to be contaminated. I'm done with the kitchen anyway. Going down a flight of stairs while wearing high heels is always a bad idea. Descending into the dark underground only made it worse, but I manage anyhow without any major slip-ups.
These stairs need work, that's for sure.
Surprisingly, the wine cellar is in good condition. No water damage from last year's flooding, and apart from the dust and cobwebs that have accumulated, the place will likely hold for several more years. Racks and barrels that line the walls, making the spacious room look smaller than it is. I'm no expert, but it looks good enough for immediate use without any further additions. Bloody whiskey will be having a field day. I think so anyway, until I feel something crunch beneath my feet. Oh. Whatever few bottles were left behind here are now nothing but glass under my heels. Let's see, where am I now? The cat's fault, I wager. And it made a downright mess, with red slick pulling from the remnants of a good drink. There's a lot of stuff there for it to have just been a few bottles, though. A whole trail of it flows from the end of the room, and I follow, fully expecting a leaking barrel or a whole upturned rack. Instead, it just keeps on going, and it stops in a large puddle at the very back wall.
What a waste of wine. Why is it so sticky, though? Ugh.
It's probably blood, knowing our luck. It's thick, too. Nothing like wine. Of course, it could just be mold.
Maybe it's not wine.
Oh!
Go on, touch it. I dare ya.
Despite it all, I find myself answering. Because it's her voice. Amy Lorraine. Lovely Amy. Pretty Amy. I thought her name was Lorraine. I can imagine her standing there, with me, laughing and pestering me as I did my work in the way only friends could. She was my friend, The only one that I had at St. Sampson's. I was a scholar, the charity case, in a school for privileged and prestigious young girls. They all looked down at me, if they cared to look at me or acknowledge my presence at all. All except her. Sometimes I wish for the good old days, when we were friends. Now she's nothing but a ghost, though I try so hard to get over her. I really, really do.
What am I, 5 years old? Oh, damn it, it's stuck under my shoe.
I double dare you. Hell, I double dog dare you. Don't be such a scaredy cat. It's probably wine. What else could it be? Blood?
Don't be ridiculous. Why would there be blood down here?
If I was the joking sort, I would have said it might be the reason why the previous owners sold the place. Maybe the ghost stories are actually true, and they wanted to get away from the walls that dripped of ectoplasmic goo, and whatever other ghouls haunted about. Doubt it. I hardly believe in any of that voodoo nonsense as it is. But as I stare at the mess at my feet, probably looking like a fool while I'm at it, I notice something strange. It is invisible, unless one is really paying attention, but I can see the red gunk seeping through a crack in the wall.
What's this, then?
I worry about structural damage and damage to the foundation. I worry about the wine cellar, as the wrong conditions can lend to the deterioration of its contents, if temperatures and humidity aren't controlled. Up until I see how clean-cut the crack is. It runs along the edge of the wall and vertically along it, where a door would be. What day is it today? Whoops, did not mean to do that. What day is it today? Monday. So this is before the housewarming party. Pressing my hand against the wall lends credence to the idea as I try to feel where it would give way.
Ooh, could it be an adventure then? A secret passage? There must be a hidden switch somewhere. Go look! This is the most interesting thing you've done by far.
If there's a hidden room here, that could certainly explain the discrepancy in the mansion's floor plans. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that there could be hidden rooms and passageways all over the house, if we're to follow that logic. And boy, isn't that exciting! This feels like something straight out of a game. Ha ha. Suddenly, she touches my arm, and I flinch away in shock. That shouldn't be possible. I understand auditory hallucinations, maybe even visual hallucinations. But that was...
You look surprised. What's wrong?
You? That's not possible. You're...
dead.
Aren't you happy to see a dear old friend, though? I'm hurt, I am.
What the hell is going on here?
Oh, isn't it obvious? I've come back for you. So that we can be together again.
No. When she touches me once more, I recoil. What does she mean, together again? She's dead.
No! Leave me alone!
Leave you alone? But I just got here.
Oh, hi. Turning around, I'm met with the Wright's butler, who looks at me with an indifferent look. And when I look back, Lorraine is gone.
I wasn't talking to you, just thinking aloud is all.
You should really avoid talking to yourself, Kint. Do more of that and others will think you're insane.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe I am at this point.
Is that all you're here for, or has your master sent you running down here for something?
Oh, no, I am just down here to admire the place. I've not been inside before. I thought I would look around before we return to the city.
Huh.
The car is already running, you see, and I suggest you go back to the foyer, unless you wish to be left behind. It seems you are in good company already, after all, with this house and your imaginary friend.
Wait, we're leaving already? But I haven't finished inspecting the rest of the house.
Be that as it may, there's a sulking man-child up there who wishes to go home. We are all subject to his whims, lest he throw a tantrum.
I love that. I love how Johannes just has, like, just doesn't take shit from Luke. Like, he is so used to his ass. I love it. I can't help but smile at that. He's a strange guy. I still can't imagine how he can work for a guy like Luke Wright, though. I imagine the blonde ain't an easy guy to get along with. Whatever the butler was having to tolerate that, I want 10 of it.
And we wouldn't want any soiled knickers or spilled milk. Why don't you go head on and I'll be right there.
Very well. Do be careful on your way back. I saw some broken glass on the way and it would not do to cut yourself on them.
I will, yeah. Just tell Mr. Wright not to blow a gasket or anything. I'll be just a minute.
Speaking of blowing gaskets, there's something else dangerous here. Whatever's behind that door, it could pose some problems. Best case scenario, it only ruined good stocks of wine. But who knows what's behind that false wall? I'll have to come back to it. Alright. It's already dark as we make our way out of the mansion. And this isn't new. Alright. That curious thing in the wine cellar, which is stuff I'd only read about from fucking horror stories. And her. I should feel the slightest bit hesitant. I was lucky. I've seen enough films to know what happens when a promiscuous woman enters a haunted house. This is my chance to turn it down. Make excuses. Say that I'm not up to the task. That I need to take care of my old sick father. Okay, what's going on? Are you the... Okay. Oh, so this is just, Alright, so this is just me, like, signing up for a job, I guess. Just pay the fine, which is probably outrageous for a contract like this, and let it go. I should turn it down. But for some obstinate reason, I can't. In the same manner I haven't let go of her, of the regret that has shadowed me since that day. Much as I hate to admit it, even to myself, seeing her again, the mischievous glint in her eyes, the loose tendrils of her hair curled around her forehead. It's something I've terribly missed, and now that it's here, almost within arm's reach, My father would tell me, sometimes you just simply have to go through with it, consequences be damned. And well, I really don't have any logical reason to say no. At least, not something a client like the Wrights would want to hear from a professional designer.
It's certainly an interesting project. You can be sure I'm seeing it through the end.
Such dedication! Oh, I do love the determination.
You were always determined like that, weren't you?
Hearing her voice once again sends a chill running down my back. I can't wait for this day to be over. From the mansion and through Anselm, I rode with them in silence. Let me see. Marianne examined the ground floor upon arrival at the mansion. With Luke Wright barring her entry into the music room, she headed to the wine cellar. A ghost from her past visited her there. Despite that, she gave her word that she would see through the project until the end. Alright, this fucking creepy ass image, which I don't like. Oh. Alright, what's going on? Guess a mirror? That's the mirror. From my dream. As soon as they go into the kitchen, I realize I'm holding my breath. I let out a sigh of relief when I think nobody is looking, and I go back to the task at hand. It'd be a terrible busy day, and there's no need for me to even think of anything else. I talk with the foreman, fill him in which room is which. It seems I'm doomed to not get any significant work done without being interrupted when it comes to these particular clients, however.
Marianne, dear, have you had breakfast yet? Well, I do believe it would be considered brunch at this hour.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Wright.
You must join me. Johans has already been breaking in the kitchen, as they say. I do not see the others settling down for a meal anytime soon. Someone might as well enjoy the food while it's hot. And that someone might as well be us.
Sure. I should say no. I really must say no. But the way she smiles at me makes it difficult to do so. Look at how ridiculous I'm being, acting like a silly, nervous schoolgirl with a crush. It's just brunch, and who am I to say no to a client? It would be impolite to do so. It's not like I'm going to agree because of anything other than propriety. I'm not agreeing just because she batted her pretty eyelashes at me.
If you insist.
It really isn't any of those. But it's something about her eyes, rather. She looks like she needs a good talk. A friend. And although I'm not supposed to be chummy with my client, there's no harm in pretending, right? Of course, I've been wrong on many occasions before. Maybe there's plenty of harm in pretending that I care. Okay. But because pretending I care might lead to actually caring. Being alone in the same room as the missus leaves me reeling, as I find myself paying too much attention to her. It seems so borderline unhealthy how much I'm getting obsessed, even if it's just by looking. And it's the little insignificant things that I noticed, like the way she plays with her hair or how she smooths down her dress.
Up higher! Come on now!
Whiskey's annoying voice in the other room helps pull me back to the ground. I'm just looking, aren't I? I know that someone like her wouldn't even look at someone like me. Still, there's some time to turn around this bad decision.
I'd really like to thank you for inviting me to breakfast, Mrs. Wright. But I already ate, so I should really go back to work.
Nonsense! You arrived so early, you must not have gotten a proper meal. Sit. I'd situate us in the dining hall, but it is a mess right now.
Her concern is sweet, as is her smile. But I'm really not here for idle chit-chat, something I keep forgetting. We're both distracted when the food arrives, and it's enough for me to stay, at least until the meal is over. No more, no less, just to be polite. Thankfully, the conversation steers into a topic I'm comfortable with. Work. This goes on for a bit, and I can't be more relieved. Most people don't understand calling me a workaholic, but I chose to work in a field I'm enthusiastic about. So what if my career is also my hobby?
But no, really, how have you liked it so far?
Oh, it has been wonderful, believe me. Everything is going smoothly, too. It has been a long time since I've worked on something on this grand a scale. Nowadays, everyone is about condos and flats, living in the city where every room is an identical box. Believe me, this is very refreshing.
We lived in a condo before this, Marianne.
I didn't mean any insult.
It's fine, sweetie. Look at you, all frazzled. I was just pulling your leg. Luke wanted that penthouse when we got married, and you can thank him for purchasing this place as well.
Wait, doesn't she own the house? I'm pretty sure. I have no business with it, though. It's theirs to hash out. But apparently, the momentary confusion had been visible on my face.
Don't be fooled. I'm just the treasury. I wouldn't be able to make a purchase this grand without his seal of approval.
I see.
That's it. That's all you have to say.
Yes, what else is there to it? Without warning, this nice friendly chat devolved into something horrible. Something sad.
But I really don't know what to say, Mrs. Wright. We were talking of no topic in particular, and...
Luke. We were talking about Luke.
About him not eating breakfast with you?
About him treating me as if I were some treasury.
Despite my general dislike of the upper class, I sometimes feel pity for them. They may have all the money in the world where material things aren't a problem, but they don't even see what they've become, where they've ended up, or what they've done most of the time. They're shut in by their own trap, forced to play along with society's expectations, and do anything to stay where they are and to keep what they have. A world where even people feel or are treated like they're mere possessions. When someone's at the top, the only way for them to go is down. I've worked with many Hannahs and Lukes and Whiskeys, but I've never been one of them. I don't pretend to understand their world any deeper than that. I merely know what I've witnessed before. She looks lost, speechless at how she betrayed herself. My pity for the likes of her returns. Nothing but pity moves me as I speak before she can say anything else that might ruin or break her.
I won't speak a word, Mrs. Wright. Not only am I contractually obliged to, it would also go against my principles. This is no one else's business but your own, and it should be kept between the two of you.
Yeah, because you could tell that's a sign of a healthy marriage, is complaining about its problems to a random stranger that is probably not there to be your therapist in the first place.
And whoever you wish to seek counsel from.
Please, Marianne. You have to understand. These sort of affairs, if anyone were to know this, they could just twist it and we'll be ruined. All I ask for is your silence on the matter.
The way she practically begs me to keep quiet about it is disheartening. I have no plans of speaking about anything I hear, especially if it's about their private affairs. But the way she looks at me, the way she just expects some sort of fallout because of this, makes my heart clench.
Well, I'm keeping that information confidential as well.
It's not like I have any other choice, do I?
Thank you.
When the last of the food and drink is gone, the door opens as if on cue.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
This was a wonderful meal, Marianne. You're free to return to your duties. I must excuse myself.
It was my pleasure. And thank you for the food as well.
She stands up to leave, and all I want to do is reassure her again, to prove that I'm someone she can trust. So when she looks back my way, I don't fight the smile that found its way on my face. I feel giddy, but the feeling dies down afterwards as I sober up. Oh well, back to work. Let's see. Soon enough, I find myself drawn to the kitchen where the right butler has returned to. Alright, wasn't sure. He's already claimed the space and telling movers to back off, and none dare to question his proclamation either.
My kitchen. No kinder allowed. Little men running around with knives especially. We do not want any accidents to happen now, do we? Good? Good.
I mean, it is a knife-wielding German standing there. I don't think anybody would be insane enough to refuse his request.
I hope I meet the age restriction, or at least the height restriction, because I'm asking to be let in here.
You are allowed inside, McCulloch, but not the little ones.
A shake of my head and a roll of my eyes is all I give him. It's not like I'm going to be of any trouble to him. I just need to look around, get my bearings. The breakfast had been distraction enough. I don't even want to think about what we just talked about. I just need to get my head straight and get back to work. The movers work efficiently even when they're left alone, and they do quick work of their responsibilities. Alright, so this is not new. Is he jealous? Alright, how far are we at now? Ask if he's alright. Try to lighten the
You're
mood.
not gonna go out there and join Mrs. Wright?
Yes! Thank God.
You're starting to look strange. If you want your picture taken so badly, I'm sure the photographer would oblige.
What is it that you
documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? How was working on the thing, actually?
We need to get you away from the butler. You're starting to sound like him. No, I'm not joining Hana for an interior design magazine photo. What am I, a piece of furniture?
You certainly act like one.
Look, did a lot of you have anything else crucial to do today? Marianne?
There are still some little things to do. It isn't the end of the day yet.
Yes, but you're paid hourly, aren't you? Per day? Really, I don't care. You and the others can just take off for the day.
Why is he dismissing us early all of a sudden? Is this about the possible security threat? Did my question get him all wary and paranoid that he would just send the workers and I away? I realize that threats are of actual concern to these rich and powerful people. I imagine, whether anyone wants to or not, they get a few enemies here and there. But I'm sure the foreman and his workers can be trusted and are of no threat. Well, at least, I trust the people I'm working with. I understand if he doesn't. He doesn't know them from a can of paint. Still, wouldn't it be safe if there are people around who can watch their back?
You're the boss. My being paid by the day aside, I won't be held responsible for any significant delay caused by your decisions. I'll try to get around that, of course, but I'll just remind you of the fact.
Whatever, take forever with the house. I don't give a bloody damn. Don't you worry, you're still getting your money. Just sod off, go crawl around a pub and find yourself a good lay.
Oh, fuck you! Paranoid or aggravated as he might be, this conversation certainly didn't have to warrant that sort of remark.
Maybe I will.
Bitch. Walking out of the kitchen, I just accept the fact that whatever he says will go well under his roof. Alright, so this is stuff I've seen.
I take it the investigation isn't going well.
To keep her mind off of things that haunted her, Mary Ann McCullough focused on assisting the Wrights during their move-in. Later that afternoon, she was soon chatting with Luke Wright, who then demanded she and the rest of her crew take an early leave.
When does it ever? But that's not the problem. No, it's...
Is this about that hit and run from yesterday's morning news? I saw it. I just didn't know if it was the same girl you're always groaning on about. But this just proves it, doesn't it? You don't have a drink.
She might never wake up, G. And we can't find the son of a bitch that thought it was alright just to leave her there in the road.
Can't you just run plates nowadays? I mean, I just got a ticket for a busted tail light the other day, and they were on that quicker than you can say Bob's your uncle.
Okay, so I remember this from last year. Like, I think if I remember right, this was Ash complaining to G about the whole thing with Luke and all that. But because Isabella got ran over this time around, it's like, he has to investigate who ran her over, so he's complaining about that.
The footage is a mess for some reason, and the tech guys are trying to clean it up. Which just skews me off, you know. Those things are HD traffic and security cams. They haven't failed before.
And you're thinking there's something foul afoot, is that it?
Their talk would have interested me, would have kept my attention if I gave a damn. God damn. Whoops. But in my current state, I can barely give two fucks about the things going on around me. All these words are just buzzing, barely surfacing from the sea of sounds that's the pub. And it would have stayed that way, perhaps even drowned if I didn't hear his name.
Luke Wright. You know the guy.
Alright, so that's not new.
How dare that sleazy wanker treat me like I'm a piece of furniture?
And by wanker, you mean Luke Wright.
Yes, Luke Wright. I just said that. Iskultona Kranthe.
What the fuck? Is that Gaelic?
Completely different from his bitty wife. And Annie? Hannah? Anna! I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing something dirty behind her back. Even bought him a mansion. Lucky bastard.
So it was the wife who bought the place.
Are you going to repeat everything I say? Yes, it was the pretty one. The one with the long hair. She bought the place. Sort of.
With how drunk you are, I don't even know if you're aware or sure of what you're saying.
I'm not.
Excuse you? I am at least 350,000% sure that I know what I am saying.
350,000.
I am a professional. I'm totally sure of what I'm saying.
Are you, though?
Do you think just because I'm drunk I don't remember facts? I remember everything. I remember every little thing as if it only happened yesterday. I bet you don't remember young McGurn's full name.
Who?
Of course you don't. Here we go.
Oh, God.
John William, pure mad, mental inte, your body, Simpson Clay, Gimmel Chip, the Bam, Rib Racker, no real young rebel, your best saint, John McGurn.
What is happening?
See? I have a photographic memory. Or read memory.
She is wasted.
I don't remember which is which.
Back to the wanker. Nothing off about him or anything? Nothing shady that sets the alarm bells in your head?
Alarm bells? Nothing ringing. Maybe somebody's mobile is. I'm getting tired. Enough for me to press my cheek against the cool countertop with my eyes shut tight. Eventually cracking one eye open, just in case they thought I fell asleep, I grin at Holmes.
Aside from being a sleazy piece of shit, he did get all in a tizzy whenever something about security came up.
Makes sense. I don't blame the guy.
It's hard to tell what isn't new.
Place that big, you'll need a couple dozen people stationed around if you want to make sure nobody you don't want gets in. And the guy seems like the type that doesn't like too many people.
Oh, but he does like the ladies. I don't think his mummy hugged him enough or anything.
These are serious questions, Marianne. Lives might just be at stake here.
Bitch, I'm drunk.
What do you expect? She's smashed.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what are you expecting from her? She is wasted as fuck.
Why am I even doing this? This is getting me nowhere, G.
Alright, and that's not new. Ugh.
Perhaps it has been the years, perhaps not. It might just be the little things that have built up all this time.
Alright, so this is when Hannah's like really thinking like, should I break up with Luke? Maybe I should. Alright. The interior designer once again drank her frustrations away at the crawl bar. Albeit heavily intoxicated, she was soon chatting with Ashton Frey, a detective working for the LPD, about Luke Wright. Before abruptly leaving, the detective left her his calling card.
But in any case, with things like these, I've seen couples take time apart just to cool off. Sometimes they get back together in the end with lighter hearts, and sometimes they don't get back together at all, but part on better terms.
What if I said the couple are very public figures? They wouldn't want to take time apart unless it was really necessary. They wouldn't want people to talk.
Well, that's a load of guff. Not to mention that makes them a bit thick, doesn't it? Forget about what other people say. That's their relationship, and they should do what's best for them.
Why she thinks a single woman like me would be the best source of relationship advice is beyond me. Still, I talk and answer to the best of my abilities. Without realizing it, I'm already pouring out a part of me that I thought were long gone. I'd like to believe my words would be of some help to Mrs. Wright. If I'm honest, though, they're of some help to me, like some weight had been taken off my shoulders. Lorraine.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party. Oh, you really must, Marianne.
Alright, so that's not new.
Please, I just lost something the last time I was down there. It's really important.
Oh, we're almost to Rebecca's chapter. That's good.
15 minutes. 9, 10 minutes. Any longer and I'll pull you out of there myself. The bratwurst will be furious if he thinks anyone is touching his precious find without his permission.
Thank you. This seriously means a lot.
He steps aside begrudgingly. Alright. Alright. I almost hope, in a morbid and twisted sense, that Lorraine would just be standing there, waiting for me. Alright, so this is going to be completely new. It would be just like her to joke about inappropriate meetings in dark, secluded areas. But just like the broken bottles and wine that was spilled on the ground before, no trace of her can be found.
Lorraine! Where are you, Lorraine? I miss you, you know?
Only silence replies. Funny that when you want to find something, that's the time when you can't. The thought that I wouldn't be able to see Lorraine one last time fills me with such despair. Sure, it was crazy to come here willingly in the first place, but all I'm really looking for is closure. And if I can't see her, the least I can do is offer her a prayer. On the verge of tears, I kneel in the middle of a dark, damp wine cellar and put my hands together in prayer.
May God grant her eternal rest and...
Uh-oh. That's when her laughter fills the air. It rings along the walls until it echoes in my head. And, like a siren song, it draws me in before it comes to a stop upon reaching a dead end.
Ooh, could it be an adventure then? A secret passage? There must be a hidden switch somewhere. Go look! This is the most interesting thing you've done by far.
A secret entrance, although the idea in and of itself is inane, only makes this entire endeavor even more perilous. But I need to find a way to open it. Already, I'm running my hands against the wall in order to find some sort of hidden switch. It didn't give when I tried to push it open before, and I doubt that would have changed anytime soon. But if there's a door, there's always a way to open it, hopefully without the need to break it down.
A shame I can't roll for perception checks in real life.
Oh, I feel it. I feel it. It's such a silly thing to say out loud, though there's no amusement on my face. And I do check, glancing at the mirror from the study.
Though a sanity check would be more fitting right now, wouldn't it?
We went from D&D to Call of Cthulhu. Alright. I mean, how long have I been down here searching for the switch of a hidden door? In order to go find a dead girl, no less. It isn't only unreasonable, it's insane. At this point, they'll find me clawing at the walls, using my nails to try and see if there are any grooves or catches I might have missed. I'm surprised I haven't gone past the 10 minutes that was given to me, and that I'm not being hauled out of here. I don't want to bank on the chance that I have more time, although I know it's... I really shouldn't let these kinds of things bother me too much right now. If I don't continue looking, there's no point in me going down here. Dirt and rocks stick underneath my fingernails in my search, but there. A section of the wall, about the size of my palm and just as well hidden as the hollow wall is a switch, or a button rather.
Face it, Tigress. You've just hit the jackpot.
The excitement I feel at the discovery finds me pressing it without a second thought. But when a click echoes in the cellar and the hidden door creaks open, I stop. What should I do? Oh, fuck. Oh, no! We have a choice here? This is gonna be so stupid, but I want to go in. No time like the present, eh? I have to hurry and... I turn around when there's a crash. In my haste, I bumped into the mirror, making it fall to the ground and shatter into 100 pieces. And shit, I hope that isn't an original piece. I don't think my insurance will be able to cover it. I could probably find an imitation to replace it and... Oh, we're back here! The door slams shut behind me, and I nearly have a heart attack because of it. Alright, so I remember last year, we had to go through this whole song and dance with Lorraine, and we ended up here by falling through a door. But no, we're in here now willingly. Desperate to deal with her painful past, Mary Ann McCullough excused herself from attending the housewarming party to search for Amy Lorraine within the mansion. But in the process, she stumbled upon an underground prison hidden in its deepest corners. But when I see a much more visible lever on this side, I calm down and shake my head. On the other side is a passageway, an underground tunnel that has me mystified for a mere moment until I realize what it holds. Cells closed off by heavy iron bars line the sides. A general sense of death and decay lingers heavy, though the years should have taken away most, if not all, of the stench. Of the foul smell of humans and corpses alike being left to rot. The breeze, most likely coming from the other end of the passage, that goes through is to thank for that. If the place had been enclosed like a mausoleum, I imagine the odor would have been fouler than it is now.
Dear Lord in St. Adelaide, bless these poor souls.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Though the architecture of their time was magnificent, human rights weren't exactly a big thing back then. And if the Ermengarde mansion had a place like this hidden away, who knows what sort of heinous acts were done down here. There's no time to dwell on it further, though. Not when... Oh, hi! A ghastly thing, a corpse of a woman, leans on the wall. Her arms and limbs, almost every inch of her lithe body, is peppered with wounds and rotting flesh. And it's then that the putrid smell of blood and gore hits me, making it so that I don't even question how I missed it in the first place.
How long has this been here? Oh, that smell. Oh, you're a nasty one, aren't you?
I flinch as the thing twitches. Hi! And as soon as it opens its eyes and looks at me with a smile, there's nothing in my mind but horror. I break into a run. I try to keep on running, no matter how much my legs and feet scream at me to stop. I keep going, even when I look back and see nothing of her anymore, because I can still hear her. The scampering of her feet, the words she tries to form with her bloodied mouth, and the painful sounds of bones grinding against each other as she moves closer and closer to me.
How long are these damn tunnels?
There's a split second where I know that thing is right behind me. A strange sensation creeping over my limbs when her presence looms over me. And then, suddenly... Holy shit! I can't even do anything before I'm yanked by the hair and pulled back. Still, I struggle, up until I'm thrown to the side like some rag doll. I hit the ground on my side, and the musty smell of old hay that reaches me is my only indication that I'm still alive.
Please don't hurt me.
My body hurts and I keep my eyes shut tight, afraid of what might happen next.
What's wrong, Marianne? Are you really afraid of little old me?
There's a flash of hope. She can help me, save me from that thing. But as I see her smile, the same one that thing has, I know then that this isn't Lorraine. I'm a fool to think so in the first place, and never could have been her to begin with. The real Lorraine is dead. She looms over me, backs me further in the cell that I was thrown in.
What are you?
Lorraine turns and shifts into that thing from before. And, with that same gruesome grin, it takes a step forward towards the cell. Towards me. I barely scramble to my knees when the door to the cell slams shut and it just stands there, staring. Shouts for help ring out in the tunnels. But none of them are coming from me. I'm more paralyzed and shocked by what is happening. Okay, so this is technically new, it's just similar. My throat tightens at being fooled by the image of Lorraine, at the thought of being trapped down here. So then, where?
Help me, oh, help me! Are you getting all this on camera, Carl? Yeah, but are you guys sure this is a good idea? We're breaking and entering here. Don't worry, the owners of this place haven't been here in a long time. Look at this thing, though. It has writing in blood like some cheesy 80s horror prop. Wait, I have an idea. Oh man, that's genius!
What kind of butthead would even take this thing seriously? Maybe we can stick this in Rowan's backpack. Then Suarez kid would panic.
Guys? Guys? What? Spit it out! Behind you!
There, in the corner of the cell, a digital camera comes flickering to life, and a video is played back on the screen. It was hard to even consider paying any attention to it when my life is on the line. But when the ghost doesn't move and the teenagers' mocking shouts of "help me" filled the cell, I just had to watch. And what I had seen, students, judging by their St. Goretti uniforms, they were holding.
That letter.
And that thing, the woman, she... See, this is what I mean. That's Charlotte. Let's see. Rebecca! Alright, we are going to be taking a quick break. I do want to see the achievement, though. Godlike. What the fuck is this? Oh god, fuck me, I like it. What the fuck? Alright. Alright, we're gonna be taking a quick break, because it's been almost 2.5 hours. Alright, let me get the volume set up. There we go. Alright, let me get this set up. Man, okay, so we didn't get Marianne killed off. That's interesting. I wonder what would have happened, like, if we had chosen to, like, you know, go with Lorraine in the first run-through. It just sucks that, unfortunately, now it's like, well, Zach's dead. Oh, that's right! That's right! We got that memory fragment! Let me check. Wow, we did get most of the CGs for Chapter 4, which is good. We're only missing 2. Here we go, memory fragments. Oh, that's interesting. So that memory fragment that we received upon Zach's death, it's apparently the one before we see Takako at court. Huh. Still trying to figure out, like, what the hell is happening here. Hey, we got all the backgrounds for chapter 4 too. Goody. Alright. Alright. Now is the time to be taking a break. Get something to eat, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever it is you need to do for a little bit. Because we are going to be taking a quick intermission. I'll probably be going to get something to eat, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Got myself a nice Pop-Tart. Because I really don't have any other snacks. I'm also just checking some stuff real quick. Man. Am I happy that one of my favorite characters is dead? No. Am I happy that one of my other favorite characters is alive still? Yes. But still, how is the story gonna change? Zach's now, like, I wonder, like, are we still gonna technically be following the same story, except now that Rebecca's now gonna be alive and Zach's gonna be dead? God, I can't imagine the guilt from that Ash and Rebecca might feel. Sorry, I'm just currently checking stuff right now, while also eating. Anyway, got to play D&D Friday night, or Saturday morning, however you want to define it. And that was fun. Unfortunately, almost as if, like, almost as if, like, how do I put this? Almost as if, like, I was asking for too much. As I literally, so I said in the last stream, right, how I didn't know if we were going to be playing D&D or not, and I had to have my friend Gary ask our DM, because they know each other IRL. To see if we were having a session, and of course I said during the stream, like, I got a message that, like, yeah, we are playing. It's like, yay! So that was good. But literally right after I ended the stream and I'm getting everything set up, I checked Discord in our D&D server, and I see that, like, Gary can't come to the session tonight because of a medical emergency. I'm not going to go into detail about that, because I don't know if they would want me talking about that, so I'm just going to give them their privacy. And I was like, fuck. I mean, obviously I was worried about them, but this is a medical emergency that they have had once before. So it's like, I kind of knew what to expect. There we go. But it was still like, fuck. What are we and, you know, then I find out later on, 2 of the 5 players are going to be missing. So it's like, shit, what do we do? So the thing is that, like, the remaining players, me and 2 other people, were still wanting to play. But the DM was kind of like left with a tough decision of, like, well, I don't feel right continuing the main story with 2 of our players gone. But I also know that you 3 want to play D&D. So, we kind of had a compromise, and we decided to play a one-shot that he created, sorry. And that was fun. I got to make a whole new character, this time of my darling, the first ever character I rolled stats for, of Ven. And that was fun. Getting to play her getting to play her. I didn't think I was gonna play her this soon, honestly. But it's so fun. But still, I will admit that we technically couldn't finish the one shot because, like, the funny thing is we all got into VC like at 4 in the morning, but we technically didn't start the game till after 6 because all the players were making their characters, building their characters for like 2 hours. Alongside, you know, dealing with technical difficulties. But regardless, we did have fun. Like, we had to, like, it's kind of funny, because, like, the initial goal of the one-shot was that we had to go kill a dragon and steal its treasure so we can give it back to the quest giver. But very quickly, the game is derailed because me and another player W, who is the same player that was in my first session alongside player T. Like, we can't stop thinking about how shady our patron is. And it's, you know, because we both rolled an insight check and we both we didn't get a complete answer. We basically discerned that there's more to this guy than meets the eye, but we don't know what that is. So on our way to kill the dragon, we get stopped by a dryad, and basically through explanations and a short battle later, we kind of find out that what's in this dragon's treasure, the dragon's very cordial to us. Like, the dragon's very cordial to us. We find out that the dragon's treasure is basically like it's more a treasure that is of immense sentimental value, but not monetary value. So we're figuring, like, well, because the thing is, our patron really wants whatever's inside this chest and wants the dragon dead for whatever reason. And we, as the party, don't feel really comfortable taking away this item of immense sentimental value away from the dragon. But now we're kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, because we don't want to kill the dragon, and I think we've pretty much settled on not killing him. But we also have to figure out what to do with our patron. So now it's like, what do we do? Because even the dragon himself was like, you might want to be careful, because he's kind of powerful. And I'm like, oh shit, okay, that's not good. Like, that's not good. It was kind of funny though, because as we're talking with the dragon, we have another player, our third one, player D, as I'll call him. He basically decides to try and intimidate the dragon into doing something. And the funny thing is, he's a barbarian. So I would imagine that, like, you know, barbarians are usually considered intimidating folks and all that. But this barbarian rolled so badly. on the intimidation check. Like, I think if I remember right, he got a natural 1. He got a natural 1 on trying to intimidate this dragon. Which is so funny to me. Like, I fucking screamed out in laughter when I saw it. I was laughing so hard. And basically, like, the dragon, like, just, I don't know if he got offended or just thought, like, oh, that's funny, you think you can intimidate me. Okay. But he roared in the fucking dude's face. And the poor guy had to roll a con check to see if he wouldn't piss himself out of fear. Thankfully he didn't. But it's just like, we had to apologize on his behalf, and the dragon was like, no, it's fine, I know you two aren't as whatever this dude is. It was just so funny, because it was just like, how do you roll a nat 1 on a check that should come naturally to you? Oh no, it was so funny to me. It was just so funny to me. But, I don't know when we're gonna continue on with the one-shot, because the problem is that, Player D is not gonna be available this weekend, so I have no idea if we're gonna be, going back to the one-shot, or if we're gonna be continuing on with the main campaign, so that's gonna be up to the DM, if we have a session this week, of course. But still, it would be funny if we couldn't do either, and we just had to do a third one-shot. We had to do a second one-shot. And I'm like, I'm down for it! Because I have another character I can use. Like, I said before, I think, I have like 6 fucking characters to pull from. So it's not like I have a shortage of characters to use. And to be fair, it does, and to be fair, like, it is in a way, like, different play styles for each character in a way. So I think if anything, it's more of just, you know, so I think if anything, me just having, like, different characters, it's like, well, it gives me more experience, if anything, and being able to adapt to a situation. So... And technically, I do have, like, the characters in line already. But still, that's what I did this weekend for D&D. Other than that, I haven't really done much. I mean, I did see some more bullshit involving stuff last night, but that's stuff I don't really want to go into detail here. Because it is honestly, like... It's honestly a little triggering. But it's also just like, I don't want to deal with it. Well, not so much I don't want to deal with it, but it's more just like, it's a conversation that is so, that's kind of, needs nuance. And while I am usually someone that, you know, is able to deliver such things, it's something that I don't think has a place here on this stream, in the middle of an intermission of all things. So, anyway. I don't know how far we're gonna get into this stream. We finished up Zach's chapter, we finished up Mary Ann's, and we got Rebecca's. And I'm wondering if we could keep Rebecca alive this chapter. Like, that would be good. Alright, I think we're gonna go back. We're gonna get back into it in a little bit because I just now have the urge to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back again. Alright, I'm back. Let me just retweet the stream and we'll get back into it. Why is die spelled like that? Alright. Let's get back into the game. Alright, say goodbye to Firefox. Oops. Now we just gotta skip through a bunch of shit.
Just please make sure there won't be any other mishaps, ma'am. My team would be more than happy to help you then.
Okay. Hey!
You worry too much. Let me handle those things. Do be thrilled, though. I imagine it's not every day you get projects like this, hmm?
And the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it.
Oh, I'm certain Mint's ecstatic, Buttercup.
Oh, this is not new.
She's busy.
But as I try to make sense of it, a heavy feeling descends over my whole body. Alright.
You can head back to the car first if you want, Luke. I hope that settles everything, Rose. I don't know what Isabel's problem is, but please make sure she doesn't hurt herself. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Likewise, ma'am.
It's hard to tell what isn't new, man.
I'm sorry. Today's not a good day for a movie night out.
Let's see. While waiting at the mansion, Rebecca overheard a brief conversation between the right couple, their interior designer, and estate agent Rose Cooper. It was discovered afterwards that Isabella had already left a few hours ago.
I think I'll pass. Enjoy, you guys.
Isabella refuses to meet our eyes, Zachary's in particular. And though she smiles, it's hollow and belied by her trembling hands and drooping shoulders. I wait for another outburst from her when she drags in a breath. Anything easier to deal with than her short, wounded glances. Only, it doesn't come. Instead, she stumbles back and merely walks off on us.
Isabella, wait!
Zachary and Ashton's voices immediately follow mine. However, the swell of the afternoon crowd has already swallowed her retreating back, before our words can reach her. Regardless if they do, I don't think she'll listen either. So exasperating. And here I was thinking earlier how admirable she can be when she acts like her age. All because of one stupid piece of prank she can't let go of. Despite the tense, awkward air she leaves, none of us speak nor chase after her. Even with my own frustration over the matter, even with Ashton's seeming indifference. Until Zachary's sharp exhale slices through the stiff atmosphere, and he voices out what we're likely too proud to admit, given our natures.
Really, guys?
She walked out on us, Zachary. Can you believe her?
Yes, I saw. But that ain't the point here. You could have at least humored her. Toned down on the teasing for a bit.
Aww. I like that Zach was still defending Isabella. He sends Ashton a pointed look at the last one. For a moment, the latter appears about to say something in his defense, but soon drops the idea altogether. He swiftly averts his gaze with a small frown, his hand going to rub the back of his neck in an awkward gesture of comfort for himself. He knows Zachary's right, in more ways than one, and this is the closest we can get to him admitting he's in the wrong, but...
You can't just tolerate that. If this is her idea of a joke, I fail to see what's so funny about it. She went overboard, Zachary. And then she goes home all upset, like we're the ones at fault here?
Cut her some slack, please. We're all aware how she felt about the mansion in the first place, yeah?
You don't really believe what's written on that paper, do you?
No, but come on, Ash. You're the detective here. You must have noticed something we didn't.
Hey, Zach, keyword detective. Police? Dealing with supernatural shit isn't in our training manual, if that's what you're trying to get at.
I ain't. All I'm trying to say is, we all have our bad days. Give her the benefit of the doubt, okay?
She was behaving like a child, Zachary.
Ain't we all? Look, let's just hear her out next time, aight? Talk about it properly, preferably without anyone blowing a fuse.
Yeah.
She won't be making a big deal out of this if she's in a better mood in the first place. Something else must have ticked her off at work. Just snowballed from there.
Probably not something.
A shadow passes over Ashton's eyes, his eyebrows furrowing in deep thought. But he tucks it all away before Zachary notices or I can ask about it. Catching that look on him, however brief as it is, leaves me unsettled for some reason. It's something I'm not used to seeing in him.
Someone, though.
Oh, so you did do something.
What? No! Why does it have to be me?
You tell me. You used to be so friendly with each other. Now, every time you're in the same room, all you two seem to do is ruffle each other's feathers. What exactly happened, Ash?
It's called developing feelings, Zach!
Nothing.
Alright, and you're a much better cook than sis.
I didn't do anything. Really. You might be right, though. Something must have happened during the open house. There was a crowd, you know? It could have easily been one of their guests. Anyway, we should stop wasting time here. What's done is done. Let's just head inside. The movie's going to start soon.
Ashton doesn't even wait as he shuffles inside, leaving Zachary and I staring after him. A diversion if I've ever seen one. Frankly, I don't know what to make of that. Moments like this often blur the lines between those he prefers to keep at a distance and those he's opened up to. And sometimes it puts the question of how far he's willing to trust his own friends. Sure, his straight face whenever there's something on his mind is nothing short of impressive. For people he never bothered to let in, it's typical. No one would care, and that's exactly how he prefers it. He never did quite like the kind who meddles. But those who know him well, those he's allowed to get close, are bound to catch on, bound to grow concerned regardless of the things he wants to keep to himself. Especially with that look on his face earlier.
What's with him? I was just pulling his leg.
I'm sure it's just as he says. He would have said something by now if there's anything we should be concerned about. You know how he operates.
all empty reassurances. I don't believe the words myself. In the first place, there shouldn't have been a need to make these excuses for him. But it's obvious there's something that needs to be addressed, as soon as I get the chance, and it can't be in the presence of other people. Including Zachary.
Oh, all 13 of my locks know exactly
13 locks.
And don't hold it against him.
Easy for you to say. He never does that to you guys.
He knows his boundaries. And Belle would have probably hit him with that metal rolling pin she keeps, if he so much as thinks about it.
Actually, I'm almost surprised she hasn't done so yet.
A short pause. Then, like a switch that has been turned off, Zachary's jovial mood dies down. It doesn't take long for him to find his voice again, though the hesitance in it is apparent.
Rebecca? About Bella earlier. Could you...
Don't worry about her. Just enjoy your own movie for now. I'll check on her when I get home. Maybe I could even get the real story out of her.
That'd be great. Thanks. Man, I was really hoping to watch this with all of you.
We'll get another chance. It's not like we won't be seeing each other soon. We're living in the same city, for heaven's sake.
Touché. Anyway, you should head into. Who knows what trouble Ash has gotten in there without us. Somebody should keep him in line.
He's a grown man. He can take care of himself for a few minutes. What about you?
Getting us some snacks. My treat, yeah? We've still got a few minutes to spare before they start. I'll catch up with you both soon.
All right, but don't take too long. Just bottled water for me, if you're planning to get some drinks too.
Right, gotcha.
He gives my shoulder a light tap and then hurries over to the snack bar. Briefly, I allow my gaze to linger past it, towards the far end of the street, in the same direction Isabella took off earlier. Searching, hoping, expecting she'll simply be standing among the passing crowd, that everything's just a bluff. Perhaps there'll also be an apology ready at the tip of her tongue, and a promise to be more responsible with her actions next time. But, as much as I will it, there's no sign of her. After that little spat, it'd be foolish to even wait at this point. So, with a sigh, I finally step inside. It's not the excited chatter that stops me once I'm in the small auditorium. Rather, it's the sheer lack of one. The hall's not completely empty, no. From where I'm standing, I can still spot a couple of heads dotting the seats, some nodding, mostly engaged in cheerful conversation before the film even starts. But the absence of a bigger audience and what few murmurs floating in the air only made the room seem a lot larger than it actually is.
Surely this can't be all there is from that crowd outside.
They had to close a whole street for this, didn't they? In any case, this is still just the first showing. For sure it'll have a bigger turnout in the next one. However, despite these reassurances, a pang of worry still hits me as I stride down the aisle, passing by rows after rows of empty seats in search of Ash. I don't even want to think how Zachary would feel after all the effort he put into this. Though if there's still any comfort to find here, it's that there will be less chances of loud interruptions, particularly from theater goers lacking manners, and the fact I'll be spending the evening with a friend, an Ashton. A familiar warmth, one I've harbored longer than anything, immediately unfurls in my stomach, in spite of myself, in spite of the reasons I've convinced myself of for being here. Naturally, those aren't lies. They never are. I'm here to give what little morale boost I can lend as a friend. But I won't deny Ashton has been a part of it too. Sometimes you simply can't say no, and once you realize logic's no longer at play, striking a fair balance with reason becomes harder. Trickier. It's not like I can simply ask myself to stop or forget for a moment, can I? It doesn't work that way. Not after I've gone and loved the same person for 17 years. If only he'd look this way for once. Even for a short, fleeting second. Then maybe...
Okay, listen. I personally know the guy. He might be able to help. I can easily get in touch with him if you want, so...
I thought we all agree there'd be no work calls tonight. Pay up, Ash. That pizza fund box needs some cash.
All he gives for an answer is a glance and a small smile, yet it still sends the heat swirling in my stomach rising up my cheeks. A feeling I instantly pull the reins in on as I take the empty seat next to him. Traitorous little thing, that smile. I don't think he's ever been aware of what it does to any woman who happens to catch sight of it. He wouldn't have thrown it out so casually otherwise. Then again, it's also one of the very few things that he allows only the people close to him see.
Sorry, just a sec, Becca. Hey, I gotta go. If you get this message, just let me know, okay? I'll free up my schedule if you want to check with him. No fees attached. I promise. Bye.
Fees? You're not doing anything illegal, are you?
Oh, was that him leaving a message for Isabella?
You know me better than that.
Inspector Abigail?
Yeah. No! I am not losing that bet. Don't count on it.
Oh, come on, Ash. It's not like it's going to put a dent in your paycheck. Which one is it? Officer Carl? Officer Benjamin? The chief?
None of the above. And Chief hates it when I call him. Give it up.
Ash stops a moment when I hold a hand up at him, the expression on my face, expecting. Although a smile threatens to break through at the baffled look spreading on his own. He resembles a lost child like this. Sometimes I forget we're the same age.
What?
Mobile.
And why?
Evidence. What else? You always preach they don't lie. Put your money where your mouth is. Show.
He blinks once, then sighs. Rather loudly at that, with every intention to let the whole auditorium know how tedious he finds this little back and forth is. Just the same, he raises the gadget up my face. But before I can even read past a single letter, he swiftly slides it out of view and straight into his pocket.
It's not work. I swear by my badge.
Oh, just admit you didn't want to pay. You're a worse cheapskate than Belle.
Becca, look at me. Tell me, does this face seem like it's lying to you?
Maybe. Here's an idea then. Why don't you find a mirror and answer that yourself?
Pass. I've seen it plenty. It still looks the same. Honestly, it's getting boring.
All right, suit yourself. Just remember, I'm not the one who got caught breaking a deal we all made.
Really, Rebecca? It's not what you're thinking. A friend just needed help with the problem. It's nothing big enough that I'll run off on you two. Don't worry.
It's a sign. Time to end this little banter. As fun as this chat has been, some lines he simply doesn't allow me to cross, regardless of the years we've spent growing up together. Especially with the sort of work he does. Of course, that doesn't mean I haven't tried. I still do from time to time, hoping he'll at least share something more substantial than his routine, vague answers. Occasionally he'll talk about it if we ask, but never in full detail and only stuff we need to know. In case we need to look for his dead body, he joked one time. He doesn't repeat it after a stern look from me, but it doesn't make the whole situation any less frustrating.
Where's the big guy, by the way? He can't be missing from his own premiere.
Food. Is there something you want? I could...
Nah, it's good. He'll know what to get. Frankly, I'm more worried about him. Do you think Zach's gonna be okay with this?
I don't need to follow his eye. I don't need to follow where he directs his eyes next to know what he's talking about. I've seen it with my own, felt the exact same doubt.
I honestly don't know. I only have a small idea of how these things work. But he put a lot of effort into this. Someone will certainly notice.
He did put a chunk of his savings on it. He was hoping to start a small studio when it takes off. If it takes off.
You doubt him?
No, just concerned, I guess. As far as I know, the whole fund was initially for the studio. Space, equipment, that kind of stuff. I have no idea what suddenly came over him. He already had enough to start one on his own. Why would he use it for something else?
I'm sure it'll be fine. Zachary knows what he's doing. He had me check the scripts and the research he did before he went through with this. His personal experience with the topic also counts. I think he's onto something here.
Oof, I think I know exactly what she's talking about. He merely lets out another hum. Only, I can't figure out if it's an agreement or meant to be something else. The whole conversation dies down soon after, and a silence falls between us. A strange kind of atmosphere that teeters between tense and uncomfortable, almost to the point of awkward. Between the two of us, this rarely ever happens. We've already gone past this point as children. Yet Ashton can't seem to sit still, discreetly checking his phone every few seconds, glancing back at the entrance when he thinks no one's paying attention. Even when people have started to trickle into the room and fill some of the vacant seats. It makes the wait for Zachary all the more longer than it should be. In the thick of it, I find myself grasping for something else to talk about. Just to calm the growing restlessness in my stomach. So this is a new choice. What about you? So you were at the mansion. Let's try this. Hey! Good thing it's not difficult with him. Once you know how and what makes Ashton tick, getting him in a conversation doesn't take much effort. Amusing how most people often assume he's hard to approach, when in reality it's the opposite.
What about you?
What about me?
Don't play coy. We haven't heard anything decent from you. Except for those memes you leave in the chat box every morning.
Hey, they're funny.
To you, maybe. Mel hates them.
No, she doesn't. I know she likes them well enough.
Believe what you will, but that's beside the point. You've been quiet since your promotion last year. Even more so after you got assigned to your current case.
I trail off, letting the silence speak my meaning instead of the words I don't utter. There's no need to voice each of them out. I know he understands perfectly what I'm trying to get at. He always did. It's evident when his whole demeanor shifts, the carefree air around him, gone at once, his shoulders losing their laid-back slant.
You know I can't talk in detail about that.
Well then, talk about something else. It doesn't have to be any of those things. It could be anything under the sun. It's not so hard.
Rebecca, out of everyone else, you know how this whole thing works. I can't just...
We do worry, you know? Zachary worries. Isabella worries.
I worry. Though his mouth briefly opens, nothing comes of it except for a contemplative frown. I want to tell him more. Drill the idea into his head again and again until he says something. Make him remember this one little thing before he runs off to God knows where doing God knows what. Again. Instead, we fall back into one of those wordless phases both of us seem to share a lot as of late. Same old song and dance. Ranting might be useless at this point, but I won't take it back. I begin to count the passing seconds, vaguely wishing for Zachary's arrival or the movie's start. Something else to concentrate on. But as soon as I think that would be the end of it, he speaks. Hesitant, careful in his choice of words.
The chief found a new temp to pull a prank on the other week.
Is that even allowed?
Using the police car? No.
And that doesn't bother anyone? At all?
Maybe a few. But he's the chief. Chances are he'll probably get swept under the rug. It doesn't really matter. Everyone knows he's harmless when he's like that. Probably just procrastinating on his paperwork. Eventually, he'll also get tired of the new temp. I'll give it a week or so, and... Oh yeah, speaking of the new temp, Inspector Carl.
So out of the blue, yet so equally mundane. Boring. Dull. Nothing's remotely special about this attempt at small talk, yet despite myself, a fond smile still spreads across my face. It feels nothing less than the old days. Back when things were less complicated. Back when it was only the two of us. Oh, the diary? Oh, I remember this. I think I remember this CG. But this had a lot more of a sadder context behind it because we got this CG after Rebecca's death. And before she died on Ash's route. It's like, oh no. A lot has really changed in 17 years when you think about it. I've grown out of my shell, for one. Maybe even a little too much from that shy little girl who someone else had to defend from bullies. I mean, who would have thought she'd ever become a teacher after that? Then again, if it weren't for Ash, things might not have changed at all. I suppose it's something I'll always owe him. How he's always stood by me. How he's become that one constant in my life after all these years. And sitting beside him like this again, like how we used to, I wish time would simply stand still.
Rebecca.
His voice immediately snaps me out of my little daydream. I don't even get a short moment to compose or berate myself for it. Because when I glance up, I find him peering at me, face too close to mine for comfort. He quickly makes his way up my face, while I fumble for words to answer him with.
Oh, yeah.
Were you even listening?
Sorry. I, just got distracted. The weeks before exams are always the busiest.
You look a bit red in the face, though. You okay? Isabella mentioned you've been sick.
I'm fine, really. Don't listen to her.
Sure?
I'm sure, Ash. I was already feeling well enough this morning. Do you think I'll be able to work if I wasn't? She's just making a bigger deal out of something that's...
The rest of what I'm saying easily dies on my tongue, as he places a hand on my forehead. It's only to check my temperature. I'm fully aware of that. But with him this close, eyes searching and curious, I could pretend he loves me the same way I want him to. Oh. Pretend I'm the one he sees, when a tender look he so rarely spares anyone crosses his face. Pretend it's something he does only for me, even if the truth's far from it.
You don't seem to have any fever, but we can ask Zach if you're not feeling well.
I swat his hand away at once, ignoring how much my own heart clenches at the loss of contact.
Don't! Belle already left. We can't bail out on Zachary now. If another one of us leaves, how do you think he'll feel about that?
I can stay with him?
Don't be ridiculous. It's not going to be the same thing. Besides, I'm really okay now, so leaving is out of the question.
Who's leaving?
I have to suppress my laughter, when Ash's expression dissolves into a tiny frown. A whole slew of arguments must have already been on the tip of his tongue. Luckily, Zachary chooses that moment to show up, his sudden arrival preventing whatever this is from escalating into something that can go both ways. A grin is the only answer I can give at the question in the man's eyes.
No one!
Becca.
We were just talking about his coworker.
Oh. Is anybody I know in particular? Retiring or something?
There's a split-second pause before Ashton answers. When his sour look once again lifts into a small smile, I know it's the moment he decides to abandon the topic altogether. It's not like he can win against me anyway.
Not really. It was just a few people being transferred lately.
Usual bureaucracy, huh?
You could say that. Chief's just annoyed at the paperwork.
Zachary, why don't you sit down first, before you two start talking about workplace politics of all bloody things? hate to get caught in the middle of it.
Zachary gives out a hearty laugh, but quickly moves to take the unoccupied seat on Ashton's other side. If he's ever worried about the less than stellar attendance to his movie, it doesn't show in his face. In fact, for the better half of the evening, only a cheery mood permeates in the air. Whatever hiccups we've previously ran into, uncalled for jealousies, petty squabbles, and foolish chain letters, all lay forgotten at the back of our minds. If only all four of us were here. Oh. That was actually kind of sad, like, the fact that, like, Rebecca loves Ash, but yet and wants to pretend he loves her too. The rest of the evening passes without further event, though we don't stay long after. Okay. Some plans were made for after the movie the night before, but they're mostly Isabella's suggestions, and with her absent, there isn't much point to it, is there? We'll just have to find some other time, preferably when everyone's in a better frame of mind. Certainly not when the rest of us are this exhausted, have things nagging at the back of our minds, or this emotionally drained. Although we still have a long night ahead of us, and chances of spending together what little free time we have might grow slim in the next few days. Let me see, how far are we? Ah, okay. Sometimes there's things you simply can't force. A sentiment we all likely share at the moment, if the silence before we part ways tells anything. Even Zachary seems reluctant to break it.
Well, it was fun, despite, you know. But really, thanks for staying, you two.
Don't mention it. It's the least we can do.
Nah, I owe you both. Especially you. You sure you don't want payment for all that history checking you did?
Quite sure. Oh, you know what? On second thought, just save it for when you win an award. Treat us someplace nice or something.
I doubt it'll go that far.
Oh, please. Think positive for once.
I hear you, ma'am. I hear you.
Then put some back into it.
It's really too early to say, but here's hoping, I guess. We'll see. Anyhow, I'm off. Got some new photography gig lined up in the next few days. But just call me anytime you guys want to hang out. Sketch should be easy to free up for some R&R now. How about you, Ash? You coming with?
We both glance his way, though mine probably comes off sharper, more scrutinizing. He hasn't said a word since we left the theater, his eyes completely glued to his phone as soon as the movie ended. Typical. Once he notices, though, a wry smile makes its way onto his face. His apology. And like every other time, it'll suffice.
Oh, yeah. I need to double check something with the guys at the precinct.
Same way, then. You gonna be fine on your own, Rebecca?
My car's parked just a block away from here. It should be an easy walk. But both of you should get going if you're in a hurry.
Right. Drop us a message when you get home. And that thing with Isabella, too, when you get a chance to see her. See ya.
Yeah, I will. Be careful, you two. Bye.
They leave without a backward glance. But despite my own exhaustion and the strong desire to go home, I remain in the same spot for some scant seconds still. Watching them, trying to figure out where to go from here, as if the answer can be found in their retreating backs. If Zachary hadn't mentioned Isabella again, I probably would have forgotten about his request. I would have simply left the anger to subside, until we can pretend like nothing happened. When I finally crossed the street, long after they disappeared behind the evening crowd, I only have one choice in mind. She's not answering, though. I let it ring for another second more before making a swipe at the screen and dropping the call. I don't bother stopping myself from releasing a loud sigh this time, long and weary, heavy with every frustration in my body today. By this hour, she's probably already back home, and it's very likely she has holed herself up in her apartment. I wouldn't be surprised. She's done that before, very much like a kid throwing a tantrum.
I just don't understand her sometimes.
I don't understand why she can't get a hint, why she doesn't think she's being ridiculous. Why, of all people, we're the ones she has to play some dumb Halloween prank on? Granted, Ashton's the one who started it, but did she think it'd be a good idea to go with that story?
It makes you wonder why we're friends, but here we are.
Now I'm left to fix things after her. If I'm going to be honest, not having her around for a few hours today is a welcome break. Peace and quiet is one thing you'll rarely get with her around. Yet the silence and lack of her presence is nowhere near comforting. It merely lends the air this strange clarity. Every little sound, every single movement, more palpable. With it comes the unease. It hasn't really left me this afternoon, and against everything I've wished for today, I find myself yearning for an interruption and dial her number again. As frustrating as today is, I can also use a friendly voice. It rings for a good minute or two. Until, just when I'm beginning to think she's not going to answer this either, the line picks up.
Belle, hey! I'm just checking on you. I'm on my way home. Is there something you want me to pick up for you? You probably skipped dinner, didn't you? Don't worry, that diner a block away is still open. Want me to buy you anything from there? Isabella?
A jolt of surprise hits me, and in the resulting panic, I accidentally dislodge my mobile from its seat on the dashboard. Soon, I'm scrambling blindly for it with my other hand, while keeping a steady eye on the road ahead. Although muffled heavily by the surface, a voice still crackles from the loudspeakers before I can put it back. My temper rises.
What's this? Some sort of practical joke? Isabella, if you think this is funny...
My hand stops dead for a moment. I spare the device a brief glance, waiting. Seconds pass. Nothing happens, though. Frankly, I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but the lines of my mouth form into a frown regardless.
Isabella? Is everything all right over there?
I have to make a conscious effort not to panic right then and there, although my tight hold on the steering wheel tells a different story altogether.
Isabella? Belle? Hey, Belle. What happened?
Only a burst of static answers me, and... Maybe this lapse is entirely because of exhaustion. It has been a long day, and I haven't fully recovered from last week's bout of flu, contrary to what I've been telling people. Though perhaps, had I paid closer attention to it, had I not been so occupied with other thoughts, I probably would have noticed earlier that it never came from my phone, but from somewhere right behind me. Time slows to a crawl. Looking up is a mistake. The first thing I see is its face, a ghastly shade, every inch battered, bruised, and bloodied. Even in the darkness and the world passing by in a blur of lights outside, I could still make out the wounds. Blood still oozes from it, little trails of crimson running down its face, glistening under what little light there is. But it's the gleam in its eyes that catches mine. The quiet plea, the anguish, and the desperation in them. More than its hideous features and the awful stench of gore now soaking the air. And try as I might, I can't bring myself to look away. Even as its lips contort into a horrific smile. Even as a sharp, harsh noise pierces the air in the silence around us. Against everything I've been taught and I've constantly reminded myself, I close my eyes. It's a brief moment. A short, vivid second of muscle memory and instinct completely taken over. And if I didn't allow it, if my hands didn't move, or my feet didn't hit the brakes in that exact second, I might have... No. I shake the notion away before I lose myself in it. Right now, it's an ugly line of thought I refuse to venture into. Not when breathing is a struggle and every ounce of strength has been totally drained from my body. Most definitely not while the sound of screeching tires still ring in my ears. I'm alive. I'm safe. That's all that matters. But it's not my face that I look for when I finally open my eyes. All gone. I expected stains. Little telling marks and creases on the covers to show me where it sat not a second ago. But whatever it is, it left not a single trace. And though courage is a hard thing to gather at this point, I take what little of it remains in me and turn towards the back seat. Even then, there's none. Was there really something in there? With how empty it is, I'm beginning to doubt it. This stupid flu again.
I need a long rest after this.
My hands fall uselessly to my sides, numb from how taut my grip on the wheel is gone, yet still trembling from the unexpected rush of adrenaline. Against my ears, my heart still pounds an erratic rhythm, and my breathing hasn't slowed down. But the world has already righted itself without waiting for me, and little by little, second after second, as I sit here motionless, color begins to seep back around me. Along with it are the sounds and a voice. No longer as indistinct as it was earlier.
Becca, how do you press this button? You've already started recording.
Her voicemail.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Let's see. Hello there. Isabella Santos here. Sorry you missed me. Just leave a message after the beep, and I'll get back to you soon. Thank you. Shut up, Ashton. I wasn't gonna say anything. I can hear you thinking about it. Zach, Ashes. All right, kids, settle down before you break anything.
The recording is old, made early in our friendship. Roughly 3 or 4 years ago, probably? I can't remember now. I'm more surprised Isabella kept this when she could have easily replaced it. But then again, little things like this, no matter how imperfect they may seem, are what made her the happiest. A fond smile slips into my lips before I know it. I allow it to, despite the headache already forming at the sides of my head and every negative thought still swimming inside. When at last I speak, my tone is as light as it can be.
Hey, Belle. I know you're in there. I'm on my way home. If you need anything, send me a message ASAP. I'll see if I can still get it for you. You've got 15 minutes. And, if there's something you want to talk about, let me know, okay? Bye!
The phone call ends with a faint click, and a pensive mood washes over me. With it comes a small truth. Her stay has always been meant to be something fleeting. Earn some good money, go home. It's what she'd tell herself during her first year here. Now, half a decade later, I'm not sure if she still believes that. Even I'm not sure if I still believe it. And with these ill feelings I carry with me, I'm more inclined to think that there's something in her reasons that has changed along the way. They're merely hunches, but it's something I'd rather not bring up, because I'm almost too afraid of what her answer will be. The silence is far from pleasant company for the rest of my drive. Alright, let's see. Oh, look at this picture! Rebecca and Ashton were seen chatting while waiting for the movie's start, and the former reminisced the times when they were still children. On her way home, Rebecca glimpsed something suspicious sitting at the back seat of her car. But it's a respite all the same, from an overactive imagination playing tricks on a flu-addled mind, and from smiles never meant for my eyes. All of them I abandoned, if only for a brief moment. It begins routinely enough. Oh, okay. Wait. Where? Wait, October 24th, right? Oh, okay. Immediately after I read the news this morning, I called her. Offered to treat her to a free dinner to help take her mind off things. Because knowing her, this might turn into another episode where she'll lock herself up in her room. It doesn't happen frequently. She's grown sensible that much, at least. But I might as well prevent it before we go down that road. The last time it did, less than 5 years ago, after the incident at Devlin Court, it took Ashton of all people to coax her out of her sulk. She isn't the one responsible for Miss Cooper's death, but this will weigh on her regardless. After all, the woman was her mentor. It was only for a brief period years ago, and they never worked together again after. But she still feels like she owes the woman a lot up to this day. To my relief, she agreed, even promised she'll meet me at St. Goretti right after my classes. Oh, this is gonna be right before the accident. Shit. Or at least right after. Oh, we're gonna see Rebecca's, reaction. Oh, that's gonna be sad. Though it's a bit odd of her to ask me to stay safe before suddenly cutting off our talk, everything's going swimmingly. What isn't part of the plan is her failing to turn up, leaving me waiting for hours.
Where the bloody hell is she?
4. 4 hours from the time we agreed on, and still counting. Yet I received not a single call or text from her. This, after I took the courtesy and effort of sending her a message, telling her where I'm heading to when I had to leave the school. She could have done that too, at least, and saved me the trouble of waiting.
Oh, she can be such a child sometimes. I swear, if she locked herself up in that room, she's not going to hear the end of this.
Glancing at my watch only stirs up my temper further. Almost closing time now. With the exception of a few still in line for some late-night coffee and snack, or those simply finishing their food, the small crowd inside has started to thin out. Half of the normally bustling place is now empty, and the speakers have stopped playing music seconds ago. Still, I wish they kept it going longer for a few more minutes. I can do with some relaxing music right now. Especially with the pitying looks the manager and the one manning the cashier are giving me once I hit my second hour of waiting here. The former even offered me another cup for free after I drank through my second one earlier. Naturally, I appreciate the gesture. The woman has been nothing but kind to us in the times Isabella and I happened to catch her here. This time, however, they probably think my date stood me up or something, even if the reality falls far from it. Extremely far. Honestly, this is more like waiting for your child after school, if there's any comparison to make. Although if it were Ashton... If we ever do go on a date, I doubt he'd ever do this. He may be an embarrassing friend to have for Zachary and Isabella, and has his odd moments, but he's definitely a reliable guy. Probably the only time I've ever had the chance of knowing this long, except for Zachary.
If he won't make it, I'm sure he'll at least have the decency to inform me beforehand.
Oh, she is gonna feel so fucking guilty when she finds out. Not that I'll ever have the courage to ask him, or anything of that sort happening anytime soon. I haven't even forgotten my poor attempt at a confession back in secondary. I wrote a short letter for him then, only for it to end up unread and hidden away someplace. I might have already lost it, in fact, after I moved out from home, along with that diary I used to religiously write in. But all of that's irrelevant and a wholly different matter from this. Besides, it's getting late. It's already quite obvious Isabella has no plans of ever showing up tonight, and if she thinks she's getting away from pulling such a stunt on me, she's got another thing coming for her. When I called her this morning, I genuinely believe she's better than that childish part of her, but this simply proves things otherwise, doesn't it? She should be thankful. It's only because of my own stubbornness and good faith in her that I stayed here beyond the bounds of what my own patience allows me.
And look where that
That got me.
I might as well leave now, too. Oh! Considering the loud blaring of sirens passing by outside, getting home tonight might take longer. Probably an accident. They rarely happen here in Luxbourne, but not entirely unheard of. Most of the time, it just results in heavy traffic and a few roads nearby being temporarily closed off. Judging from the direction the police mobiles headed to and from where an ambulance came from earlier, it's in the same route I take.
Joy of joys.
Without delaying, I gather my things back in my bag, shoot a quick thanks at the cafe's personnel for allowing me to stay this long, and hastily leave the place. Hopefully I'm not too late and the side streets aren't too congested yet. However, no 2 steps out, my mobile rings all of a sudden, effectively stopping me in my tracks. I answer it without checking the screen, fully expecting to hear Isabella's string of apologies and excuses. A series of reprimands are already at the tip of my tongue. Friend or not, what she did is simply unacceptable. She needs to learn. She's 26 for goodness sake.
Isabella! I've been waiting for hours! Where the bloody fucking hell are you? We agreed on a time, didn't we? This isn't funny, you know?
But the one that responds on the other end isn't her voice. This one is deeper, almost out of breath, and talks with a bit of a hurried note.
Rebecca, it's me.
Oh, Ashton. Ash! Why are you calling me so suddenly? Do you need something?
Where are you right now? Salem well?
No, but I'm about to head home. I was supposed to meet with Isabella after school. She never showed up, though. Why?
Ashton doesn't immediately answer, however. In place of his reply, I find myself focusing instead on the noise coming from his side. People shouting orders from afar, a few curses flying off and about, and someone yelling at another poor bloke. There's also the low murmur of what appears to be a small group of people around him. Farther back, if I strain my ears, is the din of car horns and vehicles driving past. He must have been assigned on another case, called to another crime scene, in the middle of the night at that. He'll probably end up spending time there until the investigations last, likely until tomorrow, without even getting any shut-eye or a short rest. My lips press tight at that, but I don't say anything. Any attempts to call him out on it before have resulted in an argument. The best I can do at the minute is keep these opinions to myself, no matter how much I disapprove of it, even if I'm not the only one who shares the same opinion. Even Zachary and Isabella have something to say about it. I'm simply the most vocal out of the 3 of us. That aside, none of those explain why he's calling me in the middle of his work.
Ash, are you still there? I'll be home soon. If this'll take time, just call my landline number. Give me about half an hour. I should be able to find a quicker route home, hopefully.
No, Becca, don't go home yet.
It's going to get late if I don't leave now, Ash. There seems to have been an accident along the route I take, too. I'm not sure, but I saw a couple of police mobiles rushing past a few minutes ago. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, do you?
Dude, she is gonna be so fucking guilty!
Becca, about that, I need you to get yourself to the hospital.
Hospital? Right now? Why?
A hollow feeling suddenly creeps down to my stomach despite having eaten dinner mere minutes ago. Ashton's hesitation doesn't help either. Whatever his reasons for calling, it can only be taken as unpleasant based solely on his tone.
Ash, is there a problem? Wait, it isn't you, is it? Did you get hurt or something? I told you to never make a joke about that. Please tell me this isn't one of those...
It's not for me. Calm down, Becca.
Well, why the sudden need for a hospital visit then? I sure as hell am not sick. Who's it for?
Silence again. If this dilly-dallying is simply his reluctance or he's just carefully measuring the weight of his next words, I can't tell. For all his good looks, he can be brutally blunt even without putting a concerted effort in it. Within our small circle, unless we really have no other choice, no one ever trusts him with the task of delivering the bad news. And this is one, isn't it? Who put him up to this? The fact that he's dragging it out like this only increases my apprehension.
Ashton, if you're just going to hum and haw for the next 5 minutes, we're better off...
It's Isabella.
Come again?
Isabella. Scaredy cat. She's... Okay, listen up. You didn't hear this from me, and you're not the one who should have heard it first. But someone has to be there with her, and I can't.
Hold on. What exactly happened? I was just talking to her this morning. Now you're telling me she somehow ended up in a hospital?
Yeah, that accident you mentioned earlier. It's...
Bloody hell, Ashton, out with it!
Just a few hours ago, a car ran her over while she was crossing the street. I can't give the details yet. We're still checking on the cams, but the driver fled afterwards. She was left bleeding in the road.
All at once, as though the wind has been knocked out of me and remembering how to breathe becomes a whole different endeavor altogether. My hand makes its way over my mouth as I fight the tremors from gradually sweeping over me. Little by little, the memories of the last few hours rush back to me. Her asking me to keep myself safe, my calls going unanswered for a long period, and the passing wails of an ambulance.
She was still breathing when the paramedics arrived, but I won't lie. Her condition's critical. Concussion, multiple fractures, and internal bleeding. They said she lost so much blood, and it'll be a miracle if she makes it through the night.
Hey, Plush, you're fucking late! To be fair, someone has died, but at this point in time, we're basically on Rebecca's POV for what happened to Isabella last stream, so...
Damn it, when I find the bastard who did this.
What about Zach? Zachary, does he know already? Shouldn't we tell him about this too?
No, not yet. Don't tell him anything yet. Let's just keep the circle small for now. I don't want to alarm him. I'll tell him myself tomorrow, but I need you to hurry to the hospital. Can you do that for me? You're the only one I can trust with this right now.
Yeah, I'll be there. No problem. Don't worry about it.
Alright, okay. That's one problem off the list. Thanks, Becca. I'll keep you updated with how things are on my side. I need to go.
He ends the call abruptly, without so much as a goodbye or a single reassurance everything will be okay. He doesn't know. None of us know, and we can only hope, amidst the fading of sirens in the distance, like the very life quickly slipping away in front of us. When my body finally moves, despite trembling hands and knees threatening to buckle at any time, it's only the single-minded desperation to reach her that pushes me. Please, please, hang in there. Isabella never showed up after agreeing to meet up with Rebecca for dinner. However, as Rebecca was about to head home, she received an alarming phone call from Ashton. Isabella's in a critical state at Ermengarde Memorial Hospital after being involved in a car accident. The whole ward is almost too quiet when I arrive. No paramedics or nurses zooming past, no doctors in scrubs blaring out orders, or even patients moaning and whimpering in the triaging area. Triaging area? She's already been taken to the trauma room according to the overhead announcements.
Attention, please. Adult Tier 1 trauma alert. Please respond to the trauma center, shock room 4.
None of this is what I'm expecting. The lack of chaos. With the air so calm and unstirring, in spite of what's taking place beyond this waiting room, so unlike what they often depict in the telly. Although it'd be foolish of me to believe any of those shows. There may be some degree of accuracy in it, true, but it's all often done for the sake of entertainment and stirring up people's emotions. Yet, despite fully knowing that, I still crave for the noise, the commotion, the worried voices, or even the shouting. Anything. Whatever that will temporarily take the edge off my nerves. Instead, much like everything today, all I get to have when a trauma nurse finally shows up is an impassive declaration of, "She's in a critical condition, ma'am." Nothing I've not yet heard of from Ashton before. He doesn't spare me another word, not even a single explanation of what they're doing to Isabella. In the next minute, I'm being entrusted with her belongings, everything now smeared and reeking of fresh blood. Afterwards, it's back to that silence again. Longer this time. With only glass doors occasional whizzing, as well as the nearly wooden voice over the hospital's intercom for company.
Paging Dr. Nicholas Vogel to Lord William Ward. Shock Room 4. Please report to Trauma Center Shock Room 4 stat.
Is this Ash's voice actor? Like, I noticed that, like, you know, Hannah's voice actor was in the last chapter with, when Marianne was, like, looking at those kids getting killed. Is this Ashton's voice actor?
Dr. Vogel, please.
Like, this sounds like him. But who am I to demand for more when in some part of this bloody emergency ward, Isabella's fighting for her life? In the end, no matter what my complaints are, what I want to hear or see, they're all useless here. I'm useless here.
Dr. Vogel, please report to the Trauma Center Shock Room 4 stat.
All I can do is sit down and wait, go through every small motion to keep myself occupied, prevent my mind from thinking of every ugly scenario this might lead to. Because as stubborn, annoying, or childish as I regard her time and again, I
don't want to lose a friend to this.
Not in this manner. And it's that thought I hold firmly to. As the hours go by, as the halls grow quieter and everything around me turns dimmer, bleaker, it's what I cling to. Along with a small plea at the heart of it. A muttered prayer, desperate and earnest all at once.
I've never been the religious kind. I don't think I ever will identify as one. But if there's some other force, someone out there who can hear, please listen to me just this once.
Please don't take her away. Before long, sleep claims me, fraught with lasting images of blood and a single voice on a vain struggle with death. Thus the waiting game begins. The following morning arrives like any other day before it, bright and clear. As if the world hasn't completely tilted out of focus the night before, like nothing ever happened. It's a good day by common standards, albeit one I can't fully appreciate. Maybe I would have if it wasn't the hospital's glaring fluorescence that greeted me first, or my eyes still aren't rough with sleep, or I've chosen a more comfortable place to doze off. Excuse me. Even better, if I gotten more pleasant news than what I received after waiting for hours on end. But times like this, you simply take what you can get. It could have been worse. We could have easily lost her. The doctors and nurses said so. But by some bullheaded miracle, we didn't. What do you know? She's actually found some use for her stubbornness. If she survives this, it seems this will be the last time I'll rail on her about that. It might have saved her after all. They had to induce a coma, yes. It may not be what we wanted, but it sure as hell isn't the end for her, and that's enough. That's good enough. We can work from there. At least, like this, we know, in our own little way, Isabella's still fighting, and hoping isn't such a futile thing for us. Zachary thinks so. Unlike me, he never falters. Not even once since he arrived and joined me in my vigil. Even when the uncertainty starts to have its sway on me, all he has for me are reassurances.
You did the right thing, Rebecca.
You don't know that. What if she doesn't want this?
Okay, where are we in terms of the timeline here? Jesus, we just skipped past a lot of shit.
Do you see all of these? Wires and tubes and bandages everywhere. She's barely herself, clinging to dear life as it is. She can't even hear us. Doesn't even know there are people here worried sick for her.
The point is, she's still here. Don't beat yourself up over what ifs. This ain't over for her, aight? I've seen people recover from even worse. Have some faith in her.
I do have faith in her.
You know what? I think this is just a lack of sleep talking. You been here since when? Last night? Go get some rest, Miss Gales.
Yeah, it's been a couple days, I know.
But Isabella's...
I'll take care of her, don't you worry. We can do shifts if you want. But go home first. We'll talk about that later when you ain't looking like you're about to fall apart. If you keep going like this, you're the one who'll end up here next.
I don't know if it's the optimism in his tone that did it. But at his words, regardless of the mood around us, some of the exhaustion finally lifts, enough for a small chuckle to slip out from me. How odd. Out of all people, Zachary's the last person I ever expect to get a pick-me-up from. After all, we've never been particularly close. At best, we're good friends. We talk, we laugh when the situation calls for it, but admittedly, none of those would ever occur if Ashton and Isabella weren't there. It's not entirely uncomfortable, but awkward nevertheless. We simply can't seem to find something to talk about without those two that drive the conversation. Still, here he is, in spite of that gap or whatever dark cloud hanging above his head lately. I can't possibly reject his offer knowing that, can I?
This feels like a conversation I had with Isabella a few days ago. I said the exact same thing to her.
Then maybe it's a sign you should rest. Let me take over from now.
Maybe. But I'll keep that in mind. Are you sure you'll be fine alone? I'll come back this evening. So if you need anything picked up, I can get it for you.
Nah, no problem on that front.
He's not gonna be needing it anymore.
Besides, if I do need something, my apartment's just a few blocks away. Skip and a hop, that's all I need. Focus on getting some sleep. Let me take care of this for a few hours. Do it for everyone's sake,
Will do. Thanks, Zachary. If something changes with her, promise me you'll call.
You'll be the first one to know, ma'am. Well, if it comes to that. I hope the news I bring will be better than the one we got this morning. Crazy thing having to wake up to this.
I hope so too. I'll see you later.
I give him a smile before leaving. Frankly, it's a weak and half-hearted attempt at encouragement, and whether it's intended to be for me or for him, I don't linger over it. At the end of the day, we both need any little strength we can muster and extend between us, in whatever form those may choose to come. The door closes behind me with a soft click, at last muffling the ceaseless beeping from the machines. But I know this isn't the last time I'll be hearing those. A wholly different atmosphere meets me when I step out the hallway. Sterile, placid, along with the sharp, bitter air dangling oppressively above my head as I make my way out of the ward. It stands at a stark contrast to the room I came from only seconds ago. With the whole place like this, Zachary's passing remark about Isabella years ago rings truer. He's right. There's always been this certain warmth she carries around her wherever she goes. The sunny, sprightly kind. Reminds you a little of home and those childhood memories so often forgotten. Something I both envy and ignore in her, to the point of taking it for granted. But in spite of the circumstances she's trapped in now, it remains with her in that room. And leaving it is like a douse of cold water. Every thought, every responsibility, every worry I've set aside last night returns to me tenfold. Someone has to inform BRC. Then, there's also her aunt who works in another country. She needs to know as well. Her family in the Philippines, too. And though he never asked for it, I'm sure Ashton will also appreciate any news on her condition.
Bloody hell. This is supposed to be easy.
Call and deliver the news. As simple as that. Offer small, soothing words if need be, no matter how meaningless or how flat they fall in the other's ears. Yet my hand wavers. The moment I pull my phone out, my whole body freezes. I stop in my tracks while my thumb hovers uselessly over the names on the screen. Her aunt, her mom, Ashton. The letters on it flicker brightly, almost accusingly, at my stalling. How would they react? How would her family feel, hearing this from someone they've never even met before. How do I tell them? What do I say? There are a million ways this can go, none of them pleasant, all of them out of my control.
But I can't simply pawn this off on someone else, can I?
Even before I agreed to be her emergency contact, I've always known the responsibilities that come with being named one. At a young age, I already did, and Isabella's trust goes as far as to put me in that list. If that doesn't say what she thinks of this little friendship, I don't know what else will. And now I balk at it?
That simply isn't how the Scotswoman in my blood does things.
So, before I lose this sudden resolve or stumble back into another cycle of negative thoughts, I press down on the call button. Ashton first. I'll think about how I'll deal with the others later. Although I still have no clue how I'll open the topic. The news is still a far cry from a good one. But with him, I won't have to worry about how to best phrase it. Word choice and turn of phrase notwithstanding, ultimately, this will all just sound like an update on the situation for him. When he finally answers, however, a certain tightness in his voice makes me pause. Hoarser, rougher than I remember, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out he hasn't gotten any sleep yet.
Becca? Didn't I tell you not to call around this hour unless it's urgent?
I remember, sorry. Don't worry, this'll be quick. It isn't urgent, but I thought you deserve to know about this as soon as possible.
Can it wait? At least until lunch?
It can, but I'm about to...
Rebecca, I'm in the middle of something right now. I can't really talk over the phone. I'll just call you back.
What about Isabella, dick? The shuffling of papers follows his dismissive note. He hasn't dropped the call yet, but his impatience and inattentiveness are clear. There's no need to guess. I can almost see it. The small scowl over his features. The way he reaches up with a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose when he can't figure something out. His quick, sharp movements... Oh, Jesus. Don't know what that happened. His quick, sharp movements while he checks and reads through everything with an enormous focus. Generally, I'd ignore it. I called him for an entirely different reason. Even so, the sudden nonchalance irks. Maybe it has to do with his own exhaustion. Without a doubt, he's been at this since his call last night. That part I understand. Still, would it hurt him? Excuse me. Would it hurt him to pause and ask for a minute? Do I always have to spell it out for him? Or maybe it's time we stop beating around the bush. This is a new choice. Fuck it, alright? I think, dude, considering the fact that he likes her, I think he should be a little more concerned. It spills out of my mouth before I can think on it twice or pick a better set of words. In a low voice, without the anger, but brimming with a quiet accusation. Later, I'll blame it all on this fatigue, but in the minute I simply let everything loose. More for his sake than mine.
Aren't you even going to ask about her? How she's doing?
The rustling from his side abruptly stops. All of a sudden, a silence sweeps over him, but this is neither him mulling over how to best articulate his answers, nor waiting for me to say more. This is how he evades, how he skirts around truths he's not ready to brave. A final defense of sorts, and a quick rebuilding of walls coming apart at the seams. Though his pause doesn't really last long enough to hold, and when he regains his bearings, the shuffling returns with it, more urgent, stiffer than his actions earlier. A heavy exhale follows at its heels. My words have been thoughtfully ignored before he even responds.
I don't have time to worry about other things right now.
Ashton, your friend is in the hospital, not some random stranger.
You think I don't know that? I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it when they hauled her up in that ambulance last night. I'm pretty sure I'm the last person you should be telling that to.
Look, I know you couldn't give a shite about people outside of this little circle of yours. but this is someone you've known for years.
And your point is?
My point is, you could have spared a little of your precious detective time to check on us, instead of brushing us off at the first chance you get. Even Zachary went all the way here, when he could have just called.
Rebecca, you know I can't be there while I'm trying to figure out what happened here.
We could at least be a little more concerned. Like, here's the thing. I understand that he might be trying to, like, kind of keep himself on the job. Because here's the thing, right? I don't know... Now, granted, I am not going to pretend I understand how the British legal system works, the United Kingdom and all that, because this is taking place in Britain. But at least in America, I understand that usually when it comes to cases like this, where a detective, a policeman, whatever, the victim or the suspect in a case is someone that they know, that they're close to and all that, they're usually taken off or forbidden from working the case because of conflict of interest and because of the fact that it's like, their emotions may make them bias and thus not work their job as properly and all that. So I am like, and I can't believe this didn't occur to me earlier. I'm surprised he's able to work on this case with Isabella, considering how close those two are, for one. And two, I understand that he could be trying to be detached so he doesn't let his emotions, overrule his thinking and all that. But bruh, this is your fucking friend. This is the girl I know you're in love with because of last year's run-through. You could be a little more concerned about it. You could be a little more interested in hearing, like, what the status of her condition is instead of acting like a complete dick.
I can't just leave in the middle of things. I told you that last night.
At least try to show some concern.
I am concerned.
Well, you certainly don't sound like it.
How am I supposed to sound that? Royally pissed? In tears? Rebecca, if you're expecting me to cry over this, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Why don't you try a little harder than that? Maybe then it'll be easier to believe you.
Oh, what do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still out here, trying to find the godforsaken asshole who did that to her? That isn't concern to you?
I don't know, you tell me. Better yet, why don't you tell that to Isabella if she ever wakes up?
I don't bother waiting if he'll reply to that. A swift swipe of my thumb over the mobile screen brings a curt end to the conversation, if you could still call it one. But I know him. He may not be the type to hang up on anyone once a discussion goes sour or turns against his favor, but he'll end up dragging this out until every argument has been said. We both will. We're both headstrong like that. Besides, there's really no point to bickering further. I've already said what I wanted to say. Although, with how tactfully phrased it was, I don't see any hope of it having an effect on him. I don't see any hope of it having an effect or him ever showing up here. I don't expect him to. It'll be just Zachary and I on this until he pulls that stick out of his ass. Coward. If I have enough mental capacity to take this on right now, I'll gladly do so. Just to get everything over with. But the way things are and I am now, I'll only end up doing more harm than good, both to myself and those around me. Besides, the more pressing matter is getting out of this place. Because when I look up from my phone and finally take in my surroundings, only an unfamiliar hallway greets me. Brightly lit as any other corridor here, though oddly void of people in the usual hospital clamor. No voices announcing over the intercom, no beeping from machines inside the rooms, not even a single patient waiting or the occasional doctor or nurse on their rounds. I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere while I was busy worrying about those phone calls earlier. Where are we? Okay. That ought to teach me something.
Of all the places to get lost at.
I never thought much of hospitals before. They're a necessity. Walking alone in a deserted area inside one, however, with the walls coming off too white, too clean in my eyes, and perhaps even too dull, I can't help but feel a bit queasy about it. A heavy, unsettling feeling lands in my stomach. It's a bit unnerving, but far more agreeable than the sensation of being watched I've been enduring these past few days. And I know I shouldn't do this here, but...
Hello? Anyone here?
Faint footsteps and a murmur of voices echo from somewhere. Still, no one responds to my calls. It merely bounces off the walls before dwindling, until all I have for company is the sound of my footsteps. Admittedly, this is a little disconcerting. But for now, I let the distant noises guide me, as I walk along the empty corridor, looking for that exit that'll lead me back to the main lobby or anyone I can ask for directions. A good minute passes. And another. I'm about to turn around and retrace my step instead, when... Mother? The sound of it makes me halt. It's a little muffled and infrequent, but grows louder after each passing second. With the hallway devoid of people, I don't have to strain my ears to pinpoint where it's coming from. Not too far ahead, in fact. Just past the sharp turn at the end of this corridor. And clearly, it's the voice of a child. On a normal day, I wouldn't concern myself with this, considering where I am. Hundreds come and go here every day. Whatever business they have here, whether they arrived in tears or not, I've got nothing to do with it, and vice versa. Personally, I don't think a stranger's worry would do much when there are nurses and doctors already attending to them. But that also begs the question of why a child is here, crying. Possibly on her own. Did she happen to wander here like I did? If so, I can't just very well leave her here, can I? I can't even find my own way out, what more if it's a child? Though I'm quite sure the hospital's a safe place, and the roaming staff will eventually find her. Who knows what else might happen if I just leave her here?
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
In any case, I don't have the heart to turn my back on this. Not when this kid's just a few meters away from me. I might as well check on her, make their job easier, and bring her with me to the lobby where her parents can easily find her. It's not totally out of the way. So, gingerly, I seek her out. Taking light, mindful steps as I approach where her sobs come from, hoping not to startle her. My caution, however, is ineffectual. The closer I get, the more frantic her sobs become. I try to ease her fears by calling out to her, but...
Hey! Hello there? Can you hear me? Mother, please! She's here! She's here, Mother! She's going to take me!
She's going to take me? Wait...
I'm not going to hurt you. Are you lost?
Yeah, this is most definitely a trap.
She won't leave, Mother. I'm heading back to the lobby. Do you want to come with me? Your mom could easily find you if we go there. Mother, I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. All right. Why don't we just find someone who can...
Suddenly, she cries out, and in flash, her stifled sobs grow louder and more violent, fraught with fear and dread. It doesn't take too long for a little fact to register. I'm not the one she's talking to from the beginning. Whoever it is, she doesn't want the person with her in there.
Mother, she's here! Help!
I don't think twice. With all the haste I can gather, despite the weariness in my bones, I break into a run before panic sets in. Damn my own safety, but if something happens to that kid, not more than a few hours after Isabella's accident at that, I won't forgive myself. I may not have been able to do anything for Belle, but this one's right in front of me.
She's going to hurt me!
I won't just sit this one out like a useless person. Another scream ripples through the air as I near the bend. However, this time, her sobs die down along with it. God damn it! Sorry, I just got the Steam notification. Your friend is playing Destiny 2! A wave of cold creeps through my whole body as the entire corridor goes wholly silent. Quiet has never been a good thing in situations like this. In 3 more steps, I make it around the corner, bag ready in my hand. Oh! Hi, Charlotte. What are you doing here? Were you calling out for her? Only to be greeted by a wall the moment I turn into the adjoining hall. A dead end. It takes me a few slow moments to take it all in, despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. No sign of the girl or whoever's with her. Just an empty alcove and a single painting sitting on a bare wall.
Where did they...
A quick scan of the area reveals nothing, not even a hint of a scuffle. The only way out of here would have been the sliding doors standing adjacent to me, but even that looks untouched, bolted shut to boot. The corridor I've just passed through seems to be the only way to get here apart from that door. I would have met them if they tried to leave. I'm far from having Ashton's keen observation, but that certainly didn't sound like a simple tantrum you can shove under the rug and forget about. Anyone making a desperate cry like that would have left things in disarray.
Especially a child.
Yet I'm the only one standing here, in the presence of a painting that looks to be mocking me in this absurdity of my actions. Although, to be fair, the real Lady Charlotte Ermengarde probably wouldn't be doing any of that sort. Local history has constantly written and spoken of the woman fondly, endeared to anyone much like her parents. The beloved child and heir, up until she took her own life. A pity, but that's a lesson for another day. Above my worries over what I heard and finding that child, I've yet to find a proper way out here. Thankfully, I don't have to fret over it longer. Soon, another voice calls out from the opposite end of the hall. One of the custodial staff, from what little I could glean of his uniform at this distance. He doesn't bother hiding the annoyance in his tone. From the sound of it, this doesn't appear to be the first time someone unconsciously ended up here.
You there! What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I think I took a wrong turn somewhere.
Well, wherever it is you want to go, it isn't there.
I'm really sorry. I heard someone crying here and I thought...
Lady, this place is off limits to the public. Has been since a month ago. Closed off for renovations. Didn't you see the signs back there? Next time, learn to read.
It won't happen again.
Whatever. Get out of here, lady. Exit's back there. Second turn on your right.
You don't have to be rude about it.
Don't let me catch you here again.
Strange, though. He doesn't wait around for me to leave and walks off after saying his piece. I'm not certain if it's because he's simply tired of having to fend off unauthorized personnel from roaming in here, or he's just gotten to the point that he no longer cares anymore. Shaking my head, I step back from the alcove and prepare to head out, but not before taking a glance at it again. I'm not even sure anymore what I'm expected to see before me.
Must be the wind.
So without another look, I leave it alone. I'm sorry. That was just that was probably meant to be scary, but that just looks stupid. It just looks silly. Excuse me. What the fuck was that? Here we go. Alright, after leaving Isabella and Zachary's care, Rebecca informed Ashton about Isabella's current condition and asked for updates about the case. However, the two ended up in a heated argument. On her way out of the hospital, she overheard a girl crying, looking for her mother. Alright, I want to talk about something real quick before we continue. So, I remember last year we were making up theories, right? About Charlotte and Edward and Takako. I'm honestly so I think that little girl crying for her mother, I think that's Takako's child. I think that's Takako's child. And she's begging her mother, like, please don't let her take me, please. She's going to hurt. Did she say, she's going to hurt me? I think she was talking about Charlotte. Like, maybe Charlotte, like, absolutely hated the child because again, there is, like, regardless of whether or not, like, because that memory fragment from earlier, I think that was Takako getting SA'd by Edward. Because that didn't look right. That didn't, like, if that was supposed to be, like, sex, that didn't look consensual and all that. Takako did not look like she was enjoying it, and you had Charlotte in the background looking at her like, this is exactly what you get, or something like that. I think that this is a child. This is probably Takako and Edward's child. And Charlotte pretty much tortured this poor thing. Again, I don't know what the fucking story is, though, because it's like, the thing is that, like, if Takako was raped by Edward, why then did we have that memory fragment of Takako reaching out for Edward and Charlotte not giving a fuck that Edward was getting injured? Like, this is, like, the story is, like, the background story, it's like we're uncovering more and more of it, thankfully, but I don't know if the timeline is all messed up or what. It's just, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. We're not ending it just yet, but I need to go get a drink real quick, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I've been talking for a long time without wetting my throat, so... Alright. Coming home feels like a lame attempt at normalcy. A false return to it. Although, what surprises me more is how easy falling back into my usual routine is, after I forcefully tucked all of my worries away. For the rest of the afternoon, against what I've told Zachary before leaving, I've busied myself with every unimportant, mindless task I can get a hold of. What can I do? Sleep simply isn't that easy to come by at the moment. By the time the sun sits well over the horizon, much of the work I've got scheduled today has been finished. All that's left for me to deal with is the mail. Even Isabella's family has been given notice of the accident, regardless of how I felt about doing so this morning. It didn't take too much effort, actually. The words I've been turning around in my head, the same ones I've been dreading to deliver, have long since lost their meaning after that little call with Ashton. Now they're just phrases, syllables, meaning nothing. Her mom took it well in spite of that, but if there's more to the unruffled reaction she gave, it's one thing she doesn't let show.
So very much like Isabella.
Is this because of the kind of life she has back home? Not that I'll ever fully understand. I'm my parents' only child. We aren't well off, but so far I've lived a relatively easy life. I didn't have to think about bills or food for the next day, or paying for any siblings' tuition on top of my own, or supporting a sick father's medication. All I had to worry about were my grades, if it gained Mum and Dad's approval, or what we'd be having for dinner. When put next to hers, they all pale in comparison. They look less like problems and more like petty issues this way.
Petty issues.
But as unimportant as it all sounds, sometimes its ugly head rears at the most inappropriate moments. And sometimes they come through your mailbox in the form of a fancy-looking letter, pretty ribbons and all. Whoever sent this has spent silly money on the envelope alone. Verging on ridiculous, really. I can already imagine Isabella wrinkling her nose if she sees this. Then she'll complain about unnecessary expenses and rich people problems. I'm almost afraid to touch it myself. As if simply brushing a hand against its crisp surface will be enough to put a crease in it, and it'll be a terrible slight to the sender. But as extravagant as I find this, it isn't really the first time I've received one. Most of the time it's not even for me, so who am I to complain? Either way, no look of surprise crosses my face once I flip the envelope over to see my parents' names written in a neat script.
Nothing new then.
Their years in the academy naturally brought with it various connections. People from other fields, art, science, business, politics, you name it. This one, though, gives off a much personal vibe. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was... It's like, this is stuff we've seen before. Letters like this usually come from old students, people who've grown fond of my parents, and they, in turn, treat like children of their own. I've only met a few of them. Most have moved on to become successful in their chosen careers, and little letters like this are their way of expressing gratitude. It's one thing Mum and Dad are proud of, rightfully so, and I'm happy for them. But there are times I wish they'd remember they have a daughter here. The real one. Not that it's of any importance now. It's not like they didn't raise me well and provided for me. They did. I wouldn't be where I am now if it weren't for their hard work. And like a dutiful child, I do everything I can to give back. Even if it's as small a thing as letting them know they've got another mail waiting for them. The phone rings for a good minute before someone answers. Mum. Her voice is warm as I remember.
Becca?
Hi, Mum. How's the conference going?
Well enough. Until your dad sprained his ankle.
Oh no, is it bad?
I'm alright. In case anyone in this family cares to listen, I'm alright. Very much alive, darling.
And there you have it. He'll be up and walking in a few weeks, don't worry. We're going to have to extend our stay here until he heals, though. Is something the matter?
Nothing big. Just that mail arrived for you. I got it last night, but things happened.
A lie. Thankfully, she doesn't notice. Although, if I'm going to be honest, a small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. But I put down that idea almost as soon as it surfaces. I shouldn't make them fret. They're busy.
What does it say?
Raise your glasses, give cheers to the good times, blah blah.
Becca manners. That isn't how I taught you to read.
Sorry. You are cordially... it's an invitation, Mum, for a housewarming party. From, Hannah?
The name rings a bell, though at the moment I can't recall when or where I've heard it recently. It must be nothing too important if I didn't bother committing it to memory. There are a lot of Hannahs in the world, so who knows?
Hannah.
She also wrote you a note, Mum. It says you used to be her private tutor at the Evans mansion, and that she misses you and would love to see you two again.
It makes my heart clench to read another openly say those words to them, the same ones I want to tell them. I want to see you too. It's been years since we've been together as family, and if there's one thing that hasn't changed from childhood, it's that Mum and Da are still busy with their respective careers. Out of the country, away on some meeting or symposium, sometimes for months on end. It only grew more frequent with the years until I was old enough to live on my own. I'd like to think that's how I've become independent at such an early age. They've always praised me for that. At times, I wish they didn't.
Evans? Oh, I remember now. Honey, it's Hannah. Hannah Evans. Remember? Bright girl, 2 years older than Becca?
Didn't she get married a few years ago? 7 now, I think. But they grow up so fast, these kids.
Yeah, she invited us to that too. Fonte de Medici. But we missed that one because you had to present your paper in Singapore.
We did send her a note after. Still a shame we couldn't attend, though. What is it about this time?
She sent another invite for a housewarming party. Becca, when is it?
This Friday, Mum.
Oh, that's too bad. We'd love to be there, but Da's not in a condition to go walking around. I guess we'd have to decline again. I really miss that girl.
I could go in your place.
I let it slip without thinking. Personally, I've never been fond of gatherings, regardless of how simple people make it seem. But if there's one thing I hate hearing, that disappointed note in Mum's voice always ranks first. Whether it's directed at me or some other thing doesn't matter.
Are you sure? Don't you have work this Friday?
The event will be in the evening, Mum. It shouldn't take anything away from my schedule. It's all right. The invite's for 2 people. I can bring someone with me so things don't get boring.
I see. Maybe you can also invite Ashton?
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties. But I'll see what I can do. If not, I can always bring... I can always go alone. I'm a big girl now, I can handle these things. This isn't too much of a big deal.
Okay, if it's not going to be a big problem for you, I don't see why not. We owe you this one, darling.
No problem, Mum. I'll even say hi to Hannah for you.
Please do. And let her know we'd love to see her once we're back in the city. Leave her our number or something.
I will.
But you know, the 2 of you would have become really good friends. Don't you remember? You met with her once. If my memory serves me right, you were 12 then?
This too I can't recall. It's probably one of those meetings where we only talked a bit before going our ways. If she did leave an impression, I'm pretty sure I would have written about it somewhere, or at least recognized her name. As it is, the only few people I remember clearly from that time in my life are Ashton and Mandy. To some extent. Mum must have sensed my confusion because she laughs.
Don't push yourself too hard, darling. Really, it felt like having 2 daughters back then. Sometimes I wish they didn't send her away to boarding school. But, well, you know how often that goes with them. Still, try talking to her while you're there.
Oh, we'll see. I'll let you know what happens after.
I'm looking forward to it, darling. Take care of yourself.
Will do. You too, Mum. Bye. Tell Da to be careful next time.
She chuckles then. A hearty one, tender and always light on my ears. She may be a stern teacher, but this is part of her I love the most. This is the part of her I love the most. The sound of it still echoes even as our call comes to an abrupt end, bringing with it a memory from so many years ago. When life and responsibilities that accompany adulthood are things far from our minds. If given the chance, I love to go back to those. I don't dwell on it though, shaking it all away almost as soon as the memory forms a clear picture in my head. I've always wondered how Isabella can easily pretend everything's normal over a phone call, then bounce back to her usual self immediately after. I've seen her do it plenty of times. For me, it just drains whatever energy I have. Soon, the exhaustion I've been keeping at bay since last night rushes over me, creeping to my tired bones, weighing heavily on my sore muscles. Here and now, I allow it. And with another night I'm about to spend at her bedside, watching over her, waiting for that tiny bit of miracle to happen, I can't afford to stay like this. Bloody hell, Zachary will know in a heartbeat if I didn't follow up on that promise. So, with another sigh, I put everything at the back of my mind and tread back to my room. A long night waits ahead of me. 4 hours later, I'm heading back out after a short nap, ready and dressed for a different waiting game at the hospital. An empty traveling bag dangles freely in my hand, as I head straight for Isabella's room first, unlocking the door with a copy of the key. Oh, that's a cute key! She lent it years ago, after I complained about the mess and offered my help in cleaning up. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me, always returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insist. At one point, I've simply stopped trying to hand it back to her. Who would have thought I'd be using it for this purpose?
Isabella, I'm coming into your flat, all right? Your aunt asked me to bring you a few of your things. Don't worry, I won't touch that thing you've been hiding under your bed.
Laughable, this vain attempt at courtesy, when there are no ears on the other side to listen to them. So without waiting for the answer she's not here to give, I push the door open and step inside. Her unit's still a mess. Instant noodle cups on the table, a pile of clothes on one side, paper strewn about everywhere in an unkempt bed, among other things. This much is a given. Will always be a given. I've been here several times already, and I still wonder how she can function like a human being with the place in this state. She didn't even bother turning off her telly last night before leaving. Now it's filling the room with even more depressing news.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims. Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death.
That's what I was thinking, like, what thing under the bed? I think it's best we don't know.
Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Sighing, I reach for the remote to turn it off. No more of that. We've got plenty of negativity going around us right now. Besides, she'd definitely complain about the electric bill if I just leave it, even if it's entirely her fault. However, that's neither here nor there. This little detour isn't for this. It's for her aunt. A little request from her if we can bring a few of Isabella's stuff. Let's see. Hi, thanks for letting me know about this. I'll be by in a few days, just need to sort things out with my work. If it won't be too much to ask, could you bring a few of her things to the hospital? Only for 2 or 3 days so I can head straight there, thanks. Just for 2 or 3 days, to make caring for her easier once she takes over from us. She doesn't elaborate much. The message itself is short and direct, no mention of the accident or even Isabella's name. But the mere lack of it holds enough gravity. It speaks of the things we all dread facing in the next few days, and little truths we'll have to ease into after. Both of us know this isn't a one-day thing. It may last weeks, months. Bloody hell, some even continue on for years. Thinking of those numbers alone drains the optimism out of me, but I refuse to wallow in them. Think of what Zachary said instead. He's right. He has a point we've all known about her years ago. She's stubborn.
And she might make it through because of it.
The odds are, so to speak, astronomical. But she's beaten worse before. She might not even need that miracle the doctor so blatantly told us to avoid hoping for. If she tries hard enough, she'll probably win over this with willpower and nothing else. If that ever happens, as unsightly as it may make me seem, I'll laugh in their faces. Just imagining how it might go brings a smile to my face for the first time. Somehow, it calms, and the whole task of packing what little essentials she might need becomes less of a chore. In less than half an hour, I'm done. Before leaving, I spare Isabella's room one last glance, disturbingly quiet now without her in it. I'll get a chance to scold her for this mess later. Then we'll argue about it like we often do, like normal. But for the moment, my concerns are best left here. She doesn't need those right now. Let's see. Back at Salem Well, Rebecca Gales received a housewarming invitation addressed to her parents. After informing them about it and getting some rest, she visited Isabella's apartment to pack the clothes and other things they need at the hospital. Alright. Even before, it never crossed my mind how I'd ever feel apprehension over a hospital visit. No one in my family had ever experienced illness to warrant an overnight vigil. And when a relative did pass away here some years ago, I was still all too young to commit the details to memory. I recall the tears, but the emotions simply felt too distant to stick. In truth, everything I remember of hospitals are the bright lights, the cozy private rooms, and the doctor's tender smiles.
Until last night.
Now the lights glare, shining far too brightly, intensely against my eyes. The smile from the on-duty nurse flounders under every single uncertainty. The room at the end of this ward looms forebodingly ahead of me. This being the second day has thankfully dulled the edge to that. Somewhat. There's still the voice at the back of my mind, whispering, expecting the worst, while hoping to all that is good in the world that I won't find an empty bed and an equally graver news upon my return. But I push these all down as far as I can the minute I near her room. It won't do for Zachary to see me this way. He'll send me back home for sure. The latter won't do either. I'm not going to let him, when all the help we can get will only be between the two of us until our aunt arrives. After that call with Ashton, counting on him to show his stupid mug here sits right next to hopeless. He's probably still out there playing his equally stupid detective game. I know he's just doing his job, but he didn't have to put it that way. What exactly is there to avoid here? He's so willing to face everything head on but this? How absurd. Regardless, whatever the answers to those will have to wait along with many others, as I give the door to Isabella's room a mild push.
Hey, scaredy cat?
Oh! My hand stills. My whole body freezes, stopping me almost a hair's breadth from fully opening the door.
Ash?
A frown soon follows my confusion. Oh! Oh, this is not good. Because, yeah, I remember in Zachary's room, he was in Root, in Zachary's chapter, he was in the room, but we never saw this. Because Zachary was asleep. Oh, this is so fucked. There, settled on the edge of the bed, is the last person I've expected to see here no mere seconds ago. Sitting almost too comfortably at that, with a small smile gracing his face. As if last night's events hadn't taken a huge toll on him. But it's obvious. His fatigue is there, and the tired lilt in his voice, the detached look in his eyes, and the manner his shoulders droop. He's barely keeping himself together. Just looking at him right now makes me regret ever shouting those words at him this morning. Anger can be a delicate thing to hold. An apology immediately forms in my head, already at the tip of my tongue. Although, before I can even string two words together, he continues. He has yet to notice my presence, and I've yet to make myself known. But somehow, something in the way he speaks next prevents me from doing so, despite the casual note he takes. Something anyone, including me, isn't supposed to ever hear from him. Something deeply personal.
Really, how long are you planning to stay like that? You've been criticizing my sleeping habits, yet look what you're doing. I hope you know Zach and Rebecca are already losing sleep over this.
Ashton pauses, holding the moment, allowing his words to seep into the air. He means that as a reprimand, or I assume he does. It sounds like one from the way he's phrased it. Yet the tone of his voice betrays their very essence, and not long into that silence, he chuckles. Low, close to breathless, and if I listen closely, I'd say there might have been a hint of a long-held fondness in it.
But this is how you've always been, isn't it? Clumsy, careless, a scatterbrain and a crybaby, always getting in trouble, always getting us in trouble.
He trails off. Another pause. Another held breath. Then he sighs.
Always making me worry.
And with it, the air inexplicably shifts to something gentler, warmer. A quiet little thing filling the room that neither seeks to stifle nor confine. Instead, it only lingers in the silence, bearing simple truths no mere words or grand gestures can express. When he finally chooses to break it, he does so with all the care in the world. Softly. Damn it, don't ruin this moment. Softly, in hushed tones, fragile in itself.
But those things...
Because sometimes, all it needs is not a thunderous declaration, but a single, fleeting second of small smiles, tender touches, and sincere honesty.
Those things...
Oh!
I love those.
A truth long held.
And everything. Everything that's you.
Wow, he actually got to this a lot sooner this route around than he did the last. Here, in this room, amidst the faint whir of machines and the soft moonlight streaming from the windows. In this little space, those words roar louder than the briefest of sighs, and that lone second forms a memory. One he'll probably keep even after this moment fades with time. One I'm intruding on, never meant for my eyes to see or my ears to hear. The prayer that comes at the end of it is never for me to behold either.
This place feels a whole lot emptier without you. So please, if you can somehow hear me, come back.
But I can't bring myself to turn away. Even as silence once again sweeps into the room, and only the beeping of the machines remain. Even as he himself cowers under what everything he said stands for.
This is stupid.
Because I understand, with the most painful clarity, the other truth this scene offers. What the tiny gleam in Ashton's eyes, his darting glances and his kind smiles convey. Little things, little gestures. To others, it may seem nothing, but to him, it means the whole world, because it's the only way he can say everything without fumbling or losing his nerves. Right from the very start. I know. I've always had an inkling. The thought has always been there. Hiding, tucked, and neatly sealed away at the back of my mind, in the same manner he keeps his own secrets close to himself. Which is why there's no jolt in me, no surprise. Just a slow, aching, burning realization of a truth long held. Of feelings never meant to be for me. Oh, Rebecca. Oh, that sucks, man. That sucks. Like, oof. Because in the last run-through, Ashton realized he was in love with Isabella after she had already died. After Rebecca had already died. So while it hurt, it's like, at the very least, like, you know, Rebecca could die without any regrets. But with this, it's like, oof. Oh. Upon returning to the hospital, Rebecca found Ashton inside the room, the last person she expected to see sitting by Isabella's bedside. As she was about to head in, she overheard a conversation never meant for her ears. Well, I guess that explains now why she was angry at Ash. And yet, in the end, a flash of anger still surges within me. It clenches, pierces, leaving my heart torn and numb, draining every color and noise from the world around me. The bag in my hand hangs weightless in my hand as the magnitude of those words gradually close in on me. You didn't want to hear this. You didn't want to see this. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't have gone here. But before I can move and force my feet to take the first few steps to save myself, Zachary's voice echoes from the room, deep and still rough with what's apparently sleep. Utterly clueless of what has just transpired only minutes ago. How I wish I can be as oblivious to it as him right now.
Hey, Ash.
Everything snaps back into place at its sound, and the veil lifts from my mind. All of my reasons for being here rush back to me along with it, no longer held by that familiar, bitter feeling slowly consuming my thoughts. But it's still there, coiled in a tight knot in my chest, simply waiting for another chance to unfurl itself.
How long have you been here?
Just came in a few seconds ago.
Lies.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you.
Figures. It's not a problem. You probably need to rest anyway.
You're the one talking. You look like shit.
So I've been told.
Seriously, how long have you been up?
18, 20 hours or so? It doesn't matter. I'll get some shut-eye later. Where's Rebecca?
Funny how he remembers me now. Not a few moments ago, he's unknowingly taken that one little thing I hold dear and allowed the burden of his bloody sentiments to crush it. After all these years, I'm the one that becomes the afterthought. But I take this mention of my name as my cue to compose myself and hide all of these somewhere safe, preferably somewhere no one else will find. Just like how it has always been. Ultimately, this isn't what I came here for.
I sent her home early, but she'll be back too.
At the light rap I give the door, Zachary breaks off mid-sentence at once. Their eyes are on me when I slide into the room, though their attention doesn't really stay. Soon, the bag I'm carrying catches their eye, and they're both shooting me bewildered looks. Zachary, in particular, appears about to say something but can't quite place how he'll articulate it. A swift glance at Ashton tells me the same thing, though the question in his eyes comes off more passive, muted. I raise a hand at them before they can say something about it.
It's not mine.
The light mood changes as soon as I've finished. They know. I don't have to spell it out for them. I don't think they want me to when that reality's just lying a few inches away from us. Either way, the atmosphere doesn't last. The world isn't done rendering my heart useless as it turns out. Even Zachary, clueless as he is, gapes at me with a worried crease in his forehead. He has the right to be. The bitter tone my voice takes once the conversation turns elsewhere surprises me too.
No, I'll take it from here.
You don't have to do that. Zachary and I can handle this for a few days.
Both of you already had your turn with this. It wouldn't hurt to have another person helping out.
This isn't some sort of a competition, Ash. We're doing this because someone has to be here for her.
I'm not making this one. I just volunteered, didn't I?
Despite knowing Ashton only means well with his offer, hearing it directly from him, seeing him throw his affections around as if no one knows, it stings. It burns.
Don't you have an investigation to finish?
And Zach has freelance gigs in line for the next few days. You have students to teach. Don't push it, Becca.
Yet, when all is said and done, the only thing I do is beat a hasty retreat, while that green-eyed monster rages inside me.
All three of us have things to take care of on our own, but between us, it should be easier to find some time to...
Fine. Good.
This isn't the proper place for it. With my words too strained, too quiet, no amount of anger would get my own feelings across to him. 17 years and it never once did. What more now?
Do what you want.
It ends with 3 steps and a hastily shoved bag. In all honesty, I'm not entirely sure what I'm expecting will show in Ashton's face. Anger to match mine? Confusion, maybe? Or perhaps regret. It certainly isn't the straight-faced one he has now. However, more than that, beyond the impassive mask he wears, in the passing minute I lock gazes with him, I see it. And the glimpse of it, out of everything tonight, is what shatters all that remains of my restraint. I don't wait for him to say anything. Quickly, I tear my eyes away from his and march towards the door, ignoring the worried glances Zachary shoots my way. My heart may be far from fragile, but neither of them need to see it break. The door closes with a soft click, but for a long moment I remain standing amidst the empty hall, taking in the silence, listening for anything that'll dare break it, waiting for that hammer to finally fall or for the ground to swallow me whole. None of it happens, of course, and for what's perhaps the 100th time in the span of a second, I'm left to recall what I saw in Ashton. It's not hearing the thoughtfully worded admission of his own feelings that did it, nor seeing those unguarded, yearning glances he gave her, but facing the faraway look in his eyes and who he has always seen past me, past the person who has always stood in front of him. I never had him in the first place.
I love him.
Oh. The words itself leave a bitter aftertaste in my mouth, despite wanting them to be heard for so long. Suddenly, at the mere utterance, the world goes too still, too bright, too sharp, too cold. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into my heart and settles there, replacing a warmth I no longer remember feeling. Distant, much like the only memories I have of this place. With nothing else to cling to, I run. Behind me, the door once again creaks open, and Zachary calls after me, cordial, friendly, and utterly unsuspecting. I ignore all of it. Because even after all this, his isn't the voice I want to hear. Poor Rebecca. Oof. That is never fucking easy when someone that you're in love with is in love with someone else. Unfortunately, it's like, Rebecca, you should have told him earlier. Like, the thing is that it's like, like, here's the thing. I understand that it fucking sucks. Don't get me wrong. It does. But she had 17 years to tell him how she felt about him. She had time. But she was just too scared, too insecure, I guess, to tell him. And now it's like, well, he's found someone to love. And like, I'm not trying to say this to be mean or anything. I'm not. It's just, I personally think she should have told him earlier. Like, I understand she may have been afraid of, like, losing him as a friend, but I still think you should tell them so that you're not left with this heartache, you know? I don't know. I kind of hope she still decides. I kind of hope if I get the choice to, I'll tell Ashton about it, because I still think she deserves to have her feelings put out there. Like, tell him that you love him. Even if it only ends in a rejection, it's still better to tell him, because to me at least, it'll give her the chance to finally move on past him and all that, you know? Imagine being insecure for 17 years. It's happened! It's happened! I make it out of the hospital in a flurry of steps, my mind abuzz with thoughts and emotions in turmoil. Ignoring the courteous smiles every staff member shoots my way or the voice shouting after me. My footfalls hit hard against the pavement, each stride a stark refusal, each distance I put a continued denial. More than once, a passing stranger would give me looks. Is it pity, consternation, scorn, or dismay?
It doesn't matter now, does it?
All I hear are the voices inside my head, jeering, mocking, while the rest of the world blurs around me. I'm the one who's always been by his side. I'm the one who knew more about him than anyone. Why couldn't it have been me? But the universe doesn't have an answer for that, and neither does anyone. So, I run. Until everything fades away from my mind. Until my breathing goes labored. Until my legs buckle, feet catching on loose stone and the world tilting sideways at long last. A yelp comes from my mouth, but the pain I'm expecting, hoping for, doesn't. When awareness returns to me, in a rush of sounds and colors, it isn't his hand that grips my arm, nor the sharp gleam usually in his eyes that I see. Far, a striking contrast. This one's softer, kinder. Though worry slightly mars his voice, there's nothing in it but genuine concern. Zachary's. It's always a wonder how they even became friends.
Easy there, ma'am.
He doesn't waste any time, not even to wait for some form of gratitude from me, and quickly pulls me to my feet. However, it isn't until he draws a handkerchief from his pocket and gingerly hands it to me that I glance up at him, searching for an explanation.
For your, face.
He makes a vague gesture around his cheeks. His movements small and a bit awkward before letting his arm fall and hang at his sides, suddenly too afraid to point it out. He doesn't retract his hand offering the handkerchief, though, merely giving me a sheepish shrug and another smile, when I finally lift a hand up my cheek and it comes away wet. Oh. I cast him another look, wary, unsure. But all he has for me is the same accepting smile. There's a question behind it, but for the moment he holds off. So with another indrawn breath, I take the offered cloth, if only to keep my hands occupied while I put myself together.
Thanks.
No problem. Take your time if you want, and I'll just be here, pretending I didn't see anything, and take your time.
Zachary's polite enough to avert his gaze, and only when the last of the tears have been wiped away does he say anything.
You okay? The floor almost had you there.
Not really. Rebecca is paraphrasing. Not really. I'm tired as fuck. My friend is in the hospital in a medically induced coma, probably never to wake up again. My first ever love is in love with her, and I'm having to kind of deal with that heartache. So yeah, I'm not doing great.
Yeah, thanks again. Sorry about that.
The words ring hollow even to my ears, and I'm not certain either if they're meant to be an apology for all his troubles or for showing him this pathetic side of me. Nevertheless, he accepts them.
Nah, it is cool. Surprised me, though. Didn't think you could run that fast. But you don't look really well right now. Something happened?
No, nothing. Nothing important. I was just a little shaken, I think, from all that running. I'll be fine, Zachary.
Well, don't push yourself too hard, aight? I'm sure Bella will understand if you ever decide to take a break. If you want
Oh shit, sorry. Sorry, I accidentally clicked.
I'm sure Bella will understand if you ever decide to take a break. Hell, she wouldn't want us fussing over like this. If you aren't feeling up to it, just say so. Let Ashton and I take over now. It ain't a big deal.
Oh, I'm sure Ashton would love that.
Regret follows the second the heated words leave my mouth, and the light mood inevitably shatters. As black as my mood might have been, Zachary doesn't deserve to receive the brunt of it. No one does. Even Ashton. Yet all I see in my head right now is the image of him seating inside that room, spilling his heart out unlike he ever did for me, wearing such sincerity I've never seen in him before. The concerned expression returns to Zachary's face, and with it are the hundreds of questions he's been avoiding to ask. Under his honest scrutiny, I balk. I look away before he can see past this and catch a glimpse of an ugly side of me. But considering how well I've handled this so far, I wouldn't be shocked if he already thinks less of me.
Rebecca, is everything really alright?
Can I have the option to say no? I bet he already knows the answer to that. Regardless of appearances, Zach can be quite as perceptive as Ashton. It's part of the reason why they became friends in the first place. Frankly, I don't understand why he's still making an effort to ask. For the sake of being polite? Responding to that will only open a whole different can of worms. He should also know that. What a mess. The best thing to do now is to simply end this. What? I didn't mean that. What do you even know? Regardless of his good intentions, Zachary doesn't deserve to be caught in the same kind of chaos my mind is in right now.
I'm sorry, Zachary. I didn't mean that.
Smile. Bottle it up. Hide it where other people can't judge, even if it leaves me wanting for a more explosive outburst. At least this way, there's no guilt apart from the one I have to suffer myself.
I know you don't. You're actually scarier than that when you mean it.
Am I? Really?
Only a bit. A wee bit. Don't take that personally, please. I mean, you're a really nice person, but you also have to deal with Ash and Bella sometimes. That takes a lot of patience, especially Ash. And you're a teacher, so I guess...
Zachary?
Yes, ma'am?
You don't have to say anything to make me feel better about myself. I'm tougher than that.
Oh, well, I was just...
Besides, I've already heard most of those from Isabella. I'm used to it. Trust me.
Zachary's eyebrows are drawn together when I glance back at him, his mouth opening and closing in a weak attempt to answer my reassurances. This probably isn't where he wants to take this little talk, but the turn it took left him no other choice. Much like how he found himself thrust in this position. Out of all people, he now has to be the one standing in the middle of the fix things, even when no such obligations have been handed to him. Bloody, he didn't need to follow me. But that's just how he is. This is an unintentional mistake on my part too, yes, though I still can't help but feel responsible. The best apology I can give him right now is a light pat to his arm. A bit half-hearted coming from me, but I do it still. It's not like I have any other thing left I can offer.
Look, Zachary. All of this, it's probably just the stress talking. Don't worry about me. We've all been on the edge since the news broke. I haven't even gotten a decent sleep since it started, and it still doesn't seem like things will be slowing down anytime soon. Maybe it's a good thing Ashton volunteered when he did. At least now we have a few hours to rest, yes? Take your own advice and go get a break yourself, okay?
I throw in another smile at him, for good measure, but it falters the second my eyes meet his. It's that look again. The one too honest. If I hold it for a moment longer, I'll probably end up saying things I shouldn't, more than what I'm willing to disclose at the moment. Because despite wanting to get these feelings across, these are also ones I've harbored for longer than any. If Ashton won't hear them, won't have them, then neither has the world any right to do so. I'm more than happy to cling to these if it'll keep the misery at bay. I've already done so before. No, Rebecca, for fuck's sake, you have to let them go! That's not healthy! That isn't healthy! You can't just keep pining for him! Especially now at this point, you know for a fact he doesn't feel that way towards you. Either confess to him or let them go. Let them go so you can be happy. Yes, the heartache fucking sucks. But you know what sucks even more? Is holding on to them and just never going after anyone. Because you're so hung up on one guy. I don't know. It won't change a damn thing. So, without bothering with a goodbye, I walk away. Zachary doesn't stop me, doesn't reach out a hand or call out my name. This is as far as he'll allow himself to cross. For all his concerns between the two of us, he's more familiar with this line we keep between us than I am. He won't intrude far from what those boundaries will allow. But when his voice rings out again, above the din of traffic around us, in a last attempt to reach me, it does exactly what he's been reluctant to do.
Hey, Rebecca! About Ashton.
I stop and turn to look at him, nevertheless. Even with half a mind to bolt, caught between that small urge to hide until this simply blows over and my own curiosity.
Frankly, I don't really understand what happened back there. I ain't gonna pretend I get the gist of it. I ain't sure if this'll help either, but look. He might be the smartest guy I know, but there are times when things go straight over his head. Way over his head.
No malice, no ill will in it. Their words not meant to hurt, just another truth, because apparently we've got heaps of those to throw around today.
So, I think you should talk to him, at least.
Yes! Listen, seriously, Zach does not know shit, but he is the one making sense.
You don't have to do it, of course. That's just my 2 cents.
Zach, you are fucking right.
Ashton can be a bit dense. Sometimes things really work better if you just say it to him.
Yes! Yes! Oh my god, thank you! What the fuck, man? Yes, he's speaking sense, guys! Zachary ends it with a shrug, as casual and nonchalant as he can manage. The nervous lines of his shoulders tell a different story, however. He wants to say more, but this is all what those metaphorical boundaries we keep will allow, what I will allow for now. In the end, he simply settles for a smile of his own, reluctant, unwilling to leave things here, but with no expectations of it being returned. Aw, so sweet. Rebecca was followed by a concerned Zachary after she stormed out of the room. He asked her to take her and Ashton's problems anywhere except in front of their comatose friend. Before leaving, Zachary advised her to just be straightforward with Ashton. Yes! Oh my god. Am I actually gonna get an option to tell Ashton her feelings? I'm taking that option. I do not give a fuck, man. He's the one who departs first seconds later, leaving the ghosts of what he said hanging over me. And perhaps it's exactly the fear of being left with these thoughts that leads me to the cafe instead. Less time to think about these as long as I'm moving and in the company of other people. Oh, I don't think this is new, actually. I don't think this is new, actually. No, it's not!
Irish stew. Just for one person.
He quickly raises an eyebrow at that, while I swiftly avert my eyes down to my hands, although I don't miss the consoling look he gives me. I rarely visit here alone if I can help it. Often it's always with Isabella. She can be a bad influence sometimes. Okay. But that's precisely why this guy is known us long enough that if I ever drop by here alone, he already has a number of ideas why. Doubtless he's already heard what happened in the news. No need to bring it up in something as casual as ordering food. There's proper time and place for grief and empty sympathies. He gives me a small smile before leaving to prepare my order, while I fish for my wallet when...
Look, you little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave?
Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember this. This was when I was like, what the fuck? I remember last year specifically with this moment, how like we were like, what the fuck, Rebecca? Why? Because we know what Luke and Kylie's like, you know, we know what Luke and Kylie's like, you know, relationship is like, but yet she's like, nah, psh. Alright, let me see. Oh boy, we gotta hit him where it hurts.
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space.
A fair warning. Fairer than any I can offer for people of his kind, and I'm already being considerate. Hell, this asshole doesn't even deserve a warning. If he doesn't listen, well, he's as much responsible for what will happen next as anyone.
Or else what? Such vulgar words coming out of that pretty mouth. A gorgeous flower like you shouldn't even be saying.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Bowbag.
Love that intensity, Daisy. FYI, I like feisty in a woman.
Ew.
It gives them this certain charm.
Ew.
Why don't you?
5.
A second of silence. Then, with nuts and bolts! Then, without any preamble, my leg moves in one fluid motion and delivers a swift, powerful, well-placed kick to his nether regions. Needless to say, the effect is instantaneous. He yelps, abruptly drops his hold on me, and kneels over, howling from the pain. I can see tears forming at the corners of his eyes, too, though the mere sight of it prompts not an ounce of remorse from me. I would have been gentler. What? What do you mean? I am talking. What do you mean? I am talking. I didn't mute the mic. Well, that's worrisome. Holy shit, there's so much shit I gotta look at. Excuse me, let me cut the mic real quick. Yeah, it still says I'm talking. There we go. That was weird. That scared me because I was like, wait, what? What do you mean you can't hear me? I had to check to see if, like... I had to check my stream on mobile to see, like, wait a minute. Like, wait a minute, am I not talking? I'm like, I am! I don't know what you're saying, Plush. I think you may need to refresh the stream. Anyway. I would have been gentler if he wasn't such a dirty little prick with an ego too big for his head. Too bad. Whether this obliterates any chance of him ever procreating remains to be known. But a part of me is already praying he doesn't ever breed after this. We have no need of more of him in this world.
You mad woman!
I warned you, you ass!
Why, this is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
Then why don't you tell that to the police once they get here,
You despicable! Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true. You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
Oh? You don't think a stranger luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion?
Yeah, that doesn't sound new. Apologize to Luke. Alright, apologize to Kylie. Just fucking up all over the place. Of course, an apology is the most appropriate thing to say. But no matter how much I will myself to do it, my own body refuses to budge. My own mouth refuses to open, and my head rejects the very idea of looking at him. No apology for an asshole. Not to someone with an ego too big for his head. Thank you, it's fixed. Yeah, I don't know what... it had to have been on your end, because I didn't mute the mic, and I checked the stream on my end, and it's like, nope, I'm still audible. Let his pride suffer. I'm not going to eat my words for the sake of stroking his damn ego. Less reason for him to gloat. Kylie, however, I owe an explanation.
Don't worry, Kylie. I'm not fighting with your Tio. This is just, a discussion. A very serious discussion between a very mature adult and one that's not.
Really? But I've never seen Tio angry before.
It's because he's losing the argument. But don't ever follow his example, Kylie. You should always learn to be patient, even if things aren't going your way, okay?
Oh sure, a discussion. And it involves hitting random strangers you meet at a cafe with a book. A hardbound book.
You're fine.
Mind you, the little me hasn't recovered yet.
Not my fault.
If my future generation never survives from this, we are going to have more than words, woman!
I don't allow Kyrie. God damn it. Kylie! I don't allow Kylie hear his tirade and cover both of her ears with my hands. As fond as she is of the man, there are words he shouldn't be saying in front of a child. How can he not know about that? More importantly, how on earth did someone like him become a godfather? Who allowed it? Maybe I should talk to Mrs. Suarez about it. Warn her how he's not a good influence for her children.
Language! How can you use such crude words in front of her? Your goddaughter can hear you, for heaven's sake.
Oh, and you didn't. If I remember everything correctly, you called me a rotten beau.
So you're going to repeat it in front of her, just to make a point?
Well, what's that word anyway?
What, are you 5? Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
Not my fault, she says while making the option to hit him with the hardbound book. Yeah. Listen. Here's the thing. I understand her intentions. She did not know the relationship between these two, and... You know, and she thought she was rescuing a child. But still. Even Isabella, I can say that with much certainty.
Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
See what I mean?
Are you fighting again?
Oh, no. Like I said, we were just having a discussion. We're actually done now. But you need to promise Miss Pink you will never grow up like this guy. Good kids don't do what he's doing.
I have the essence of mind to be like, you need to promise me you'll never grow up like this. And Kylie is like, okay, I promise. I'm not gonna live much longer after this. Cause my head would be snapped up.
But I like Tio.
Well, he's a jackass, honey.
And I'm quite sure Tio likes you too. But liking people is different. Just because you like him doesn't mean you have to be like him. There are better role models for you aside from him.
Like you?
Yes.
Not exactly what I'm trying to get at, but if that's what you want, I don't see why not.
And Luke is like, you just hit me with a hardbound book, woman!
Okay, I want to be like Miss Pink someday. I want to be a teacher. And I promise I won't be like Tio, even if he's a gazillionaire.
Wow, turning my own goddaughter against me. How mature of you, Miss Pink.
His tone makes me pause. For the first time since this talk started, I look at him. Briefly, something flashes behind his eyes. Something close to what might be an expectation falling? Dismay? I can't be sure. It passes almost as soon as it appears. What's that about? Does he actually like having Kylie around? It doesn't seem like it from the get-go. But if that fond smile on him is anything to judge by, then maybe...
Don't worry, Tio. If you buy me bread pudding tonight, I'll like you again.
I'll like you again.
Aw, if that's all it takes, consider it done, sweetheart. We might have to find another place to buy it from, though. Somewhere safe, where a random crazy woman isn't going to attack us out of the blue. Let's go.
Okay. Bye, Miss Pink. I still like you. It's not more than Tio anymore.
That's funny.
See you.
I love children. Kylie's already pulling him to the cafe's exit, before I can protest on it. Although, it's not like there's anything to object on further. I may view that man, Luke, as someone hateful, maybe to the point of seeing him as an eyesore, but I don't think that'll have any bearing on what the child thinks of him. When you think about it, if she admires him so much like that, then maybe there's still something agreeable in him. A part of him only Kylie sees. He still has the gall to wink at me before they both disappear behind the door, so maybe not. However, there's no moment to ponder about it. Seconds later, the guy at the counter waves me over and hands me a paper bag as soon as I've paid. He offers me another smile before I leave. Normally, I return it simply for the sake of returning it, or I don't at all, with the latter happening more commonly. For the time being, I do so freely. After that encounter and the scene we've caused, seeing a friendly gesture being extended to me, albeit from a person I barely know on a personal level, it feels like a reassurance, despite bearing no promise of better days. I take what little I can of it with me as I step out into the night. That fucking picture! While lining up to buy dinner, Rebecca saw Kylie Suarez with a suspicious man. Assuming it was a kidnapping, Rebecca elected to take the matter into her own hands, only to find out that the man was the girl's godfather, Luke Wright. An embarrassed Rebecca apologized afterwards. A cloudless night sky greets me when I walk out of the cafe. Beyond the tall buildings, a blanket of stars spreads out before me. Alright, so this is not new. Oh, okay. We never got around it before. Now we may lose that chance altogether. Even so, I find myself enjoying this, despite being told it's only half the experience. Little things, you know? Stuff you learn to appreciate when you're alone. Because at certain times, you get to meet people who are unfortunately born with the innate talent to ruin the mood and the scene with their mere existence alone. For example, the very driver of the car fast approaching my direction. Alright, so that's not... So this is, not new. Alright, I think I'm gonna stop here for the night, because it's been 5.5 hours, so... That's not what I want. Alright, so let's see. Oh, man. Man, oh my god. We got all the backgrounds! Yay! Wow, we got 92. Oh yeah, we almost, yeah. Oh yeah, chapter 3 is like still like pretty, ugh. Ah, poor Zach. Man, I'm gonna miss you, bud. I mean, I did call your death at the beginning of this stream, but maybe I shouldn't have. Anyway. So, remember what I was saying during the break? That this was, this memory fragment, the one that appeared after Zach's death, it's, like, this is what I mean, is that it's like, this is what I was talking about. Is that this doesn't look consensual. This doesn't look consensual, like, at all. You know, like, she does not look like she's enjoying this at all. And then you have Charlotte over here just fucking, you know, looking evilly at this. And then you have, who I presume to be Edward right here, you know, doing something. I don't know what. So that's what I'm wondering, is like, is that like, this doesn't look consensual. So a child had to have come from this. So then... what happened to the child? And why, and what did Charlotte do to the child? If the child is so afraid of being near her? What happened to my boy Zach? Well... Guess who we met? Unfortunately, let's just say he met his end. Let's see. Wait, did I see this? Real talk. Ask for Marianne's honest advice about marriage. Oh, that hurts! What the fuck is this? A truth long held. Hear him say the words that were never meant for you. Oh, that sucks. Nuts and bolts. Teach the pompous bastard a lesson he'll never forget. I love that. That hot-ass ghost bitch killed my... Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, man. I'm just looking at all the, I'm just looking at all the achievements. Just to, like, see, like, what can we get? Man. Alright, so that's it for the letter tonight. We did have fun, though. Alright, let me get the windows up. But still, it's unfortunate that Zach died, but you know what? It's different. And we still haven't gotten to see the consequences yet of that, so... Alright, just gotta wait for the video to show up. Come on. There we go. I'm pissed. Oh, I'm sorry, Plush. It's just, unfortunately, it just happened because, it just happened because, like, we made this, because we had to make the choice of going into an empty mansion when we heard a woman cried. Unlike the smart choice I had last time. And then it's like Johanna's fucking restrained us, and then we died in jail. Which is really kind of topical when you think about it. And then we moved on to Marianne's chapter, and we had sex with Luke. That gave us a pretty steamy CG to look at. Although I had to quickly block it out because I don't know if I'm allowed to show that on YouTube. Oh my god, I feel so bad for Rebecca though. It's like, because I have been in that position before. Like, I don't think I've ever been in love with anybody, but, you know, but I have been in that position where you have, like, feelings for someone, but but then it comes out that they don't think of you that way. They have feelings for someone else and all that. Like, it sucks. But, you know, but it's like, believe me when I say that, like, being able to tell that person how you feel towards them, personally, to me, when I did that, I did it knowing the outcome was going to be rejection. I confessed my feelings to them knowing that it wasn't going to be reciprocated. Like, the funny thing is, the thing that I was more afraid of was losing them as a friend. Like, I don't know if I think I've talked about this before, where, the person I had I developed, you know, some pretty serious feelings for was Gary, my friend, my close friend. But but this was way back before we were really talking to each other, you know? And I developed feelings for them, and they were pretty intense. Like, not to the point of love, I would say. I mean, I don't think I would ever go so far as to say, oh, I was in love with them. I don't believe I was. But they were pretty intense. And, you know, and eventually I did confess to them that, yeah, I did have feelings for them. I had a crush on them and all that. And I even went so far as to say to them, like, you know, the parts that I did like, that made me have feelings for them, you know. Like, I can only really remember one part where I remember telling them that every time they posted a selfie on Twitter, I would constantly kind of, like, be flustered about it because I was like, oh my god, they're so cute, what the heck? Like, it was intense. And they were so, like, it feels weird to say touched or flattered, but apparently from what I remember, they were very, like, taken aback from it. Mainly because of the fact that apparently, like, to their knowledge, I was the first person to actually admit to them I had a crush on them. But yeah, they were like so taken aback from it. It was seriously really cute. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like I confessed to them knowing that my feelings weren't reciprocated. Like, and again, as I said before, the outcome I was afraid of was more losing them as a friend, because I understood that, you know, sometimes when you develop feelings for a friend and they don't reciprocate, that kind of leads to the friendship becoming awkward and eventually dissolving because of it. And I didn't want that. But, you know, I did tell them that I was confessing to them for it because, in a way, I was just sick of holding them in. But another part of it, too, was so that I could move on. You know, because it's not healthy, really, to continue pining after someone. You know, like, I understand the fear and all that, you know, of crushing on someone, developing feelings for them, and all that. But I do feel like eventually it's probably worth it to tell them how you feel. You know, like, I understand that it's scary, that rejection is scary and all that. But I still think it's a good idea to tell them so that you're not wondering what if I did confess, what if we did end up dating and all that. You know, you don't want to end up having that regret, you know? And also, I also feel like it's also healthy for you to tell them so that, you know, if there's rejection, you can move on from it and find someone that will return your feelings and all that, you know? Like, yeah, the heartache sucks, don't get me wrong, and trust me, I felt that ache when I got the rejection. It hurt, don't get me wrong, but, you know, but trust me, it'll be better in the long run. You know, don't let yourself get stuck up on someone. Because it's just not healthy, and you deserve to you know, and obviously, you know, if you're someone that does desire a romantic connection and all that, you're going to find someone that will eventually return your feelings. It may take time, and I understand, and I know it doesn't feel like it, but you know, but if you just try hard enough and go long enough, like you just keep going at it, eventually you just may be able to find that person. And even more advice is like, you know, is that sometimes you know, it's okay to take a break from dating, you know, because yeah, that can be frustrating, and you never know. I mean, a lot of people who usually take breaks from the dating scene tend to find a pretty nice relationship when they're not looking for it, when they're not trying to push it, you know? It just mainly depends on you and all that. That's why I'm hoping that, like, if I do get the chance to have Rebecca tell her feelings to Ashton, I'm taking that choice. Like, I don't care if it makes the relationship between them awkward. Like, Rebecca deserves to have someone that will return her feelings and all that. That's not to say that Ashton is an asshole. Like, I mean, he is, don't get me wrong, but not in that way. You know what I mean? Like, Rebecca deserves to have someone that will return her feelings for them, even if it isn't Ashton in the end. So yeah, I understand what Rebecca's feeling to an extent. And I just hope that, like, if Isabella does get out of this coma that she's in later in the game, and if Rebecca's still alive, you know, Rebecca's not going to treat Isabella like shit. Because it's not Isabella's fault that Ashton fell in love with her. I mean, hell, we saw in the last run-through that, like, Isabella just wasn't ready for a relationship with him. And all that. I mean, granted, I can't exactly remember whether or not she ever expressed an interest in returning those feelings, or if she even held feelings of that nature towards Ashton. But at the very least, she did reject him on the basis that, listen, my father just died, and I have to figure out how to take care of my family, so I'm sorry, but, you know, I can't return your feelings, you know, which is completely valid, fucking fair. And Ashton was, of course, very respectful about that, at least. But regardless, Isabella did not, you know, did not ask for Ashton to fall in love with her and all that, so I think, if anything, it was actually surprising the fact that Ashton, admitted that he loved her, like, a lot sooner in this story route than he did last time. Because it took, like, until the second to last day of the game for him to realize it and admit it. Whereas in this one, it's like, we're not near that. Rebecca's still alive! I'm not gonna lie, though, it honestly makes me want to, go ahead to Ashton's route to see, like, if we could potentially, see his insight into realizing he loved her. I want that, damn it! Anyway, I think now is the time we start wrapping this up, because we've been at this for almost 6 hours now. My throat is starting to get a little bit sore, and I think we're all tired. So, thank you all for joining me on this stream. Hope it was enjoyable. A lot of shit happened. And I hope to see you all again for the next stream, which is going to be on Friday. Let me check though. Yeah, the 14th. So on the 14th of October, we are going to be streaming The Letter yet again, the third part of our second run through. And who knows where our story will take us next time. So, just want to say, thank you all for joining me for tonight. Hope you enjoyed it. And I'll see you all again for the next letter stream on Friday the 14th. At, of course, the same time of 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, as always. Have a good night, a good day, okay, wait a minute. Let me rephrase that. Have a good night, a good few days, and I'll see you all for the next stream.